Coding complete. Hello, welcome to another stream. How about that? How about that? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we're having a special stream with Tom Scott. Yeah, so today is Sunday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we are programming in C++. That's right, we continue to develop the game that we developed yesterday. That is right. Check out the source code of the game, and today we're gonna simply continue developing it. How about that? How about that? Hello, Kolumbetka. Hello, Tsoding, Ep.N+4, Chomikovi, John Kettison, Ep.N+4, Lost Pointer, Ascent 12, Raguil. Thank you, by the way, Raguil, for your subscription. Thank you. We really appreciate that. Lazy Grid, Chomikovi. Hello, Rauko SL, hello, Katul, welcome. So, yeah, let's get farted, I suppose. Let's take a look at the current state of something. Wait a second. Is it dead? Is the bot dead? I just did a project command. Oh, we literally don't have OMG-CPP. We only have OMG-C, unfortunately. Maybe fortunately, depends on how you look at it, but yeah. So somebody needs to actually write the OMG-CPP. So okay, let me actually start the tmux and fetch the latest changes. And let's merge everything. Org master. I hope I actually switched to the right branch. Fucking damn it, I didn't switch to the right branch. Okay, so I need to switch to master yet again and merge it yet again. So that was suspiciously easy. And then I want to remove all of that shite. So this thing is not merged, which is kind of strange, but did I? Let me take a look at the current state of this stuff. Well, it is merged. Like, it's literally on the same level as master, and I cannot remove it for some reason. Like, look at that. It tells me that it's not yet merged. Ah, it's... okay, so I see. It's probably actually referring to a different remote or something like that. I see. So, overall, I think everything is merged properly. And we're ready to build the whole thing. And while it's building, I want to start Chromium and go to the source code of the game. And let's take a look at the project. Let's take a look at the project because I have all of the issues there. Woodness, hello Woodness, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? So on the previous stream, we worked on different stuff. We actually introduced different kinds of projectiles. Yeah, that's right. So this was the biggest thing that we implemented yesterday. Different kinds of projectiles. Projectiles, because it comes from the word project, not the project. I cannot actually pronounce it correctly. Jesus fucking Christ. Why nobody ever told me that I'm actually pronouncing it incorrectly? The fuck? Okay, so before yesterday, the only kind of projectiles we had is just this, you know, blobs of energy. Now we also have, you know, fireballs. And different kinds of projectiles can destroy different kinds of blocks, and that is, you know, part of the game design. What's up, Oguduk? I don't know if I say hi to you, but hello, really good to see you. Alright, so I think everything has been built already, and we can take a look at the game. So this is how the game looks like. You can do pew 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 with these energy blobs. You can do pew 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 now with fireballs. Would you look at that? We have fireballs now. How about that? How about that? I think it's pretty fucking cool. And now, look, you can have like dirt tiles and stuff like that, and you can also have ice tiles. So essentially, if you have these projectiles, they cannot destroy the ice, right? They cannot destroy the ice, but they can destroy the dirt. And oppositely, I don't know how to say that. The fireballs can destroy ice blocks, and they cannot destroy the dirt blocks. So yeah, that's basically what we implemented yesterday, and what we're gonna do today. On the other hand, I don't think if on the other hand it will fit there. I'm not sure. I'll think about that. Tiles projected. Yes, that's exactly what happened. We use projectiles to project tiles. How about that? That's pretty cool. So what we're gonna work on today, I think I want to start working on an interesting bug that is kind of difficult to explain, but I really want to fix it. So we have a thing called animation, right? We have a thing called animation. Let's take a look at the definition of it. Something is definitely wrong. Yeah. Okay, I have to use grep then. For a while, for some reason, I don't know why. But for some reason, recently git grep convert. Oh my god! Thank you, Ataradov. Like I was looking for the word. Yes, I think that's the word that I was looking for. Thank you so much. What am I doing? I wanted to look for the thing here, frame animat, I suppose. Frame animat. So here's where it's defined. Are you gonna open it? Okay, it finally opened it. I don't know why it is so slow. So essentially, it's just a structure that holds the array of frames, and then also the amount of frames, and it also keeps track of the current frame, and like it has a state, right? It's an ongoing animation. It is an ongoing animation. That's what's interesting about it. It is an ongoing animation. So we have frame animations as part of our assets, right? So in the asset configuration, we have them here, and we have special files that describe different kinds of animations. So we can take a look at it, for example, fireball, right? I think I can do something like find file at. It's not going to work because it's relative to a different path, but whatever. So essentially, you refer to a texture. And then like that is going to be used for this animation. Basically, what kind of sprite sheet needs to be used for this animation. Then how many frames we have, the duration of a single frame, and then the location of each individual frame. I don't know why I specify the size for each individual frame. I think it would be enough to specify the width and height of the whole animation, right? And assume that the frames have the same size. I have no idea why I would do it like that. Maybe in the future we're going to change that, but it is what it is. So, and since it's an asset, right? It's an asset. It's a part of the like an asset entity, right? It's a part of the asset entity. Struct asset. There we go. Right. So basically all of the assets are loaded in, and we have an array of these frame animations. So the main problem here is that the frame animation contains a state. It contains a state. And I made a very stupid mistake of making entities store frame animation index in the asset instead of the frame animation copy. So what basically happens, all of the entities share the same instance of the frame animation with the same state, and they have some sort of a race condition when they try and reset it and stuff like that. I have no idea how that happened, and I assume that happened when I was refactoring things around, and I was like mindlessly replacing one code with another one because there was like a huge chunk of refactoring. But that's exactly what happened. So all of the entities now refer to a single state instance of a frame animation instead of having their own copy, and they need to have their own copies because each animation on each entity has their own state. They have their own current frame and so on and so forth. Do you see what I'm talking about? So, and this is the problem that I want to fix. Essentially, the problem is going to be fixed by just removing this thing. Actually, not like that, right? And just going through the compilation errors and probably finding other places where we referring to frame animat index instead of frame animat. So, and yeah, essentially what we'll have to do, we'll have to literally just take a copy of frame animat from the assets and just put it there, and then all of the entities will have their own copy of the frame animation. I'm not sure if all of that makes sense. If it doesn't, feel free to ask any questions maybe. But I try to explain it as well as I could. What are you doing? Yo, mom! I'm making a game. So you can find the source code of the game here. This is how it looks like, by the way. This is how it looks like. It's a simple platformer, and you can do pew 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 with different kinds of projectiles, and you also can build different different tiles and stuff like that. And yeah, that's a game we're making, and it's completely open source. You can check out the source code, and yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Welcome to Etsoding channel. We are really happy to see new people here. Cheers. Okay, so let's get started with the refactoring. Not sure if whatever I explained makes sense, but let's just get started. You could separate the animation definition from the state, defining like frames animation, animation player per entity. Yeah, I could, but nah, it's too much work. It's too much work. Let's just have like a single animation and just copy it. I mean, how hard it is to copy like one chunk of memory for like from one place to another place. It's just a single mem copy call, and it's super fast. CPUs can do that like millions times per second. It's not that hard. Just copy memory. All right, so let's get started. So where do we refer to frame animat index? So get animate by ID. This makes sense. This makes sense. So we have that in here. And we also have that in projectiles. Yeah, the same problem actually persists in projectiles as well. So, right. So the first thing here is going to be this frame animat index. And another thing is going to be this. So this is going to be our initial refactoring seed, and we're going to start from here. Then after that we're going to try to compile this entire thing, and obviously it's not going to compile, but we're going to go through the compilation errors and just fix everything, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so now you see what we're doing here. We're taking an index, we give it to the assets, it gives us the frame animation, and we render it. Now we don't have to do that anymore because we have our own copy, so we can just do render idle, and that's it. Right, just render idle, no big deal. No big deal. The same goes for walking. So the only things I need to do here is just you know, mindlessly replace one code with another one yet again. And okay, so proof state loses. Okay, so I thought maybe this is related to what we're doing right now. Apparently it is not, so it should be okay. Okay, what's next? The same situation. I just like to rebuild every time to get like a fresh state or a fresh list of errors. Maybe it's a bad idea considering the speed of recompilation. No matching operator. Okay, so it actually fails somewhere else. Oh yeah, there we go. So this is where we have this problem. Now, we have this index, player animat index, and essentially what we have to do, we have to get animat by ID, right? And that should give us the copy of that frame animat, and we're gonna assign it to this field, and everything should be okie dokie, hopefully. Right. So, and I don't think it's gonna work that well, because I think this thing does not return you frame animat, it returns you maybe frame animat, so we'll have to unwrap it properly. We'll see. I don't quite remember. Yeah, so it's called assets. Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a small mistake. No matching function. Oh, by index. Jesus Christ, I don't even remember how to do these things. All right, what is complaining about? Okay, so that means it works. That's actually super cool. All right, you want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? Bam! Can your Vim do that? Assets get animate by index. Boom, and should work as well. Should work as well. Wait a second. I think we have a similar situation for the sounds, don't we? I think we do. So I'll have to check that as well. By the way, chat, why are you dead today? Why are you dead? Is everything okay? Is there anything you want to talk about while I'm doing this kind of refactoring? You seem pretty sad today. I'm really worried. Is everything okay? Tell me. How are you doing? So what do we have here? Very similar situation as well. Assets. Hello, SL Yups. Welcome to the stream. I'm sleepy, woke up just now. Oh, I see. That explains it. Maybe wait a second, yeah. So today is Sunday, maybe everyone actually slept like extra time for, like, you know, from Saturday to Sunday, and that's why everyone is so sleepy. Yeah. Everyone asks how is chat, but nobody asks how is studying. Well, I kind of got used to that, so don't worry about it. So mods work for free. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hello. Virex says that he can't answer. Well, that's pretty sad. But anyway, I'm really glad to see you anyway in my chat. Get animate by index. There we go. Rest in peace indeed. Okay, so do we have here? We have a poof animation. We don't have to get this thing here, and I think that will even speed up the execution because we don't have to look up this stuff anymore, which is directly working with the copy of this thing. Just directly working with the copy without looking up anything. Yeah. So what's that? Uvu. I guess it's a similar situation. I've been thinking about you saying that we should all just use apt or something like it. Does anyone know why each language has its own package system? You know what? I ask that question myself every day, and I have no idea. Maybe for the same reason we have a lot of different languages. Why can't we have like a single language? Probably for the same reason we have a lot of package managers. Whatever the reason is. By the way, hello, Derp Lord. Esperanto. Yeah, Esperanto is my favorite programming language of all time. That's true. So here's the frame current, and we do frame current equal frame count. Sure. Okay, that looks okay. Maybe their languages are too specific to be an apt, Chocolate, or others. What's so specific about JavaScript? What is so specific? It's just a bunch of files that you need to download and put on the hard drive. Exactly the thing that apt can do. I don't know. Maybe I don't know something. I mean, yeah, probably. Get animate by index. C++ is Esperanto among languages. I'm not sure if this comparison makes sense, because like Esperanto is a synthetic language, right? So, and this is the thing that sort of makes this language stand out among other natural languages because they're not synthetic. So that implies that there's something synthetic about C++ that makes it stand out among other programming languages. And I don't see that because all of the programming languages are synthetic. So it's just, I don't know, I don't understand that reference, to be fair. Do you mean using apt install crap.js in my machine? No, I meant use Chocolati to install crap in your machine. I don't know how else you can interpret my whatever I said, but okay. First, we have to decide between dep rpm and MSI packages format for our universal language package manager. Exactly. So, let's continue refactoring shit. Get asset set assets get. The only like reasonable explanation I see why we have so many like package manager is that package management is a market, right? Package management is a market. It's not necessarily like a money market, but the more people use your package manager, the more people depend on your package manager, the more influence you have on the software industry in general. And what essentially we are seeing with all of these package managers is basically different fractions fighting for the piece of the market. That's the only reasonable explanation I can come up with. Anything else from the technical point of view doesn't make sense. From the technical point of view, we don't need that many package managers. We just don't need them. It's just downloading files and putting them on the hard drive. Simple as that. Like any package manager could do that. So for me, it's just a, you know, war for the piece of market. That's it. Get animate by index. What do you guys think, by the way? What do you guys think about this explanation? What about version conflict? Yeah, that actually, you know, makes my whole hypothesis actually wrong. Yeah, so version. Okay. Oh, wait a second. It compiled. This motherflipper compiled. By the way, hello, Craftwork. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Benny Darshan. Hello, Lazik. Welcome. Nixator is our olden savior. Yeah. I'm having PTSD right now. Don't mind me. I'm just let me have a PTSD for a second. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. So let me see if I can actually, you know. So everything seems to be okay. Everything seems to be okay, and you know the thing. You see how they all like stay in the wall for a second. They sort of leave a trail on the wall. Do you see that? Did you notice that that wasn't happening before my changes that I just did right now? I'm gonna actually stash them. And we're gonna see the difference. I think that will be actually a pretty cool demonstration of what exactly I did here. This is not a good demonstration because I'm trying to build everything. So something debug. And let's just find it. Look. It doesn't leave the trail. You know why? Because each and individual projectile refers to the same, to a single frame animation. So now, if you have copies of these projectiles, of these animations inside of projectiles, it actually leaves the trail because it's a different animations. So this is exactly what I was trying to fix here. Yeah, and that was like a sort of a consequence of my refactoring of the asset management. So it was like a bug in the asset management system that I introduced during the refactoring. But luckily, being a professional software developer I identified that and I fixed that very professionally. The factor turned into feature. Don't think so. Looks like projectile have a bigger delay before disappearing. Okay, projectiles have animation when they hit a wall. It's so-called poof animation. So you can probably see that if I use projectiles, like an energy projectiles, they have a little bit of like a poof animation. I'm not sure how visible it is, but maybe we can do something like this, right? So we can step this thing, and when it hits the wall, it starts to play this animation very, very quickly, right? So, and what's interesting about the fireballs, they don't have a poof animation. So what I did, I said use their idle animation as the poof animation, and that's why they seem to be sort of stuck for a second in the wall and then disappear. Because I was too lazy, I didn't define any poof animation for them. Does it make sense? Does it explain the behavior? What's up, SuperCuber? Yeah, that's the explanation of its behavior. Okay, cool. Now let's do a committee. Okay, 2.7 make entities and projectiles store the copies of their animations. Can I just do copies of animations, and let's just push that right into the repo. How about that? Cheers. Now I want to check something. I have a feeling that we have a similar situation with sounds. So let's take a look at the definition of sample S16. That sample S16 also stores its current state. That's a problem. That's a straight up problem. And I think you can even hear that problem, especially when we add like an enemy that also tries to shoot you. You can hear that when we have a lot of like pew 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 sounds, right? There's something wrong, like the sound get jumbled together, and I have a feeling this is because, again, there's sort of like a race condition of entities using the same sample. They should have their own copy of the state of the sample. All right, so I think this is something that we need to fix as well. So I need to find the places where we store sample S16 index. So so this is just an assets related stuff. This is a typer, and yeah, So in here we should actually the fuck Emacs just switch the buffer. So I think we just have to do that. And I think we have another interesting thing. S16 index. So there's another place where we store the sound. Yeah. So there's no reason to play different sounds when you pick up different items. And I don't really know why I store the sound of an item there, because we just use the same sound for each individual item. It doesn't make any sense. So maybe as part of this refactoring, we're gonna also remove this thing and fix this issue. Sounds like a pretty good idea. But maybe we're gonna do that after we're done with the previous refactoring. All right, so let's take a look. That's why it's strange, but it's nice to me. I see. Okay, so now I suppose what I can do, I don't have to get this thing like that, and I can just do it like that. So just sample, play that. What's the next one? All right, so it's gonna be actually I have to do that for all of them. So it's gonna be assets get animate by it's not animate actually, get sound by index, right? So get sound by index, then close that, and let's rebuild all of this. Anything else? Similar situation. Assets get animate by index. To be fair, am I even doing that correctly? Because I'm pretty sure you can make it super easy by just doing it like that and not referring to an index. Didn't think about that. Yeah, this is exactly the reason why I created that. So that means I'll have to go through all of the places where I do get animate by index and maybe just get rid of that. How do you do that trick where you write multiple lines at once? It's called rectangular selection. Also multiple cursors, but I use a combination of multiple cursors and rectangular selection. You may want to Google both of them. Okay, so, and I suppose here we can just, you know, remove that. So now I have a lot of places where I just have that up because I have a lot of like entities and stuff. So I have a pretty interesting idea. So I'm gonna add to do. Yeah. Reuse code between entity constructors. So a constructor in this particular case doesn't mean the like C++ constructor. It means my like function that constructs the struct. All right. So when we play in a sound, what we want to play here, we want to play just this thing. There we go. And I think that's the last thing I wanted to do here. That's the last one. So hopefully after this change, the sound artifacts should go away. Right, so I'm gonna put this thing here. Come on. I think, yeah, I think this is correct more or less, because I think enemies used to not have sounds at all, maybe. I'm not quite sure, like I'm not sure what actually causes that, but we can take a look at the enemy constructor. Let me see. So enemy entity, here it is. We define jump samples, but I don't think we define like pew samples. Yeah. Can you share your config with? Sure. It's all for you. So where are the sounds? Yeah. So essentially, we do not set up shoot sample here. So it was actually working incorrectly. Yeah, there's literally no shoot sample here. So I think that means it works correctly here. Yep, I think it works correctly. That's exactly how it should be. And let me actually listen when the enemy jumps. This is not how you add the enemy. Yeah, they do play a sound. I think I fixed the bug now. The stream schedule doesn't work in links. Does link interpret JavaScript? So I don't know. It's not a static HTML application, HTML page. It's actually a single page application. So I'm really sorry about that. All right, a code reuse between entity. All right. Make entities use copies of their sound samples. Cool. So this is the thing we did. I need to find another. Jiang, oh my god, hello Jiang, welcome. Really glad to see you. Oh my god, how you doing? Welcome. So the thing I want to do, I want to just remove this thing completely. I think it's kind of dumb. Imagine using a deploy sh script instead of making your own. Exactly. How's your sleeping schedule, by the way, Jiang? Because I've seen that you've been, you know, it's fucked. Yeah, I can imagine. Because you've been up like very, very late, like way after me, and it actually scared me a little bit. But yeah, be careful with this stuff. It's okay. There's no school next week. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. So you can afford to fuck up your schedule just a little bit, It's so cool when you can, you know, fuck up your schedule just a little bit and align it with your, you know, European and American friends. So that's actually pretty cool. Thanks for sharing your Emacs config. You're welcome. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I shared it, so everyone can use it. Alright, so this doesn't work. Has no member. Ah, yeah. So I need to remember how this thing is called. Pop sound. But after next week is finals, hence Sodium Fields. Oh, all right. Good luck on your finals. Good luck on your finals. Finals are such a fucking stressful thing. I graduated from university 7 years ago, and I still have a PTSD from finals, and I still have nightmares that I actually failed. I graduated fucking 7 years ago. This shit is truly traumatizing. Trust me. Oh my god, it's like a trauma for the rest of your life. So yeah, good luck, Jim. Yeah, it's definitely traumatizing. So what else here? Okay, so every time we pick up this thing, we should play the sample pop sound. Yeah. So this is what we're supposed to play here. And yeah, I hope it actually copies this thing. I hope it copies it. I sometimes dream I get a call from secretary and she tells me I have exam to pass before she can give me the diploma. God damn. Yeah. Alright, we're almost done. So ice block, and this means that we're gonna play just pop sound. Alright, I think we fixed it, so let me see if I didn't do a fucky wacky. Okay, it still does. Cool, so I think we refactored everything correctly. So remove sound from item. Also close. What do we need to close? There was like an issue related to that. 266. Yeah, this one also needs to be closed. So it's such a small issue that I decided to close it in the scope of the current one. Nothing special. So, and I think maybe we need to get rid of the get animate by index. At least we need to go through all of them, through all of the calls and just replace them, because some of them are completely redundant in my opinion. Yeah, for example, these ones, right? Because you can essentially replace this thing with this thing, right? And you don't have to worry about that. It's exactly the reason why I made it like that. Yeah. So it should be like this, and can I just do something like this? Yeah, cool. Get animate by index. So we have other place where it needs to be done. It seems like everyone is super sleepy today because the chat is like straight up dead. Yesterday the chat was super crazy. Right, but today, like, since it was from Sunday to Saturday, everyone like didn't sleep for like for a very long time, and now everyone is asleep. what I was trying to say, everyone was staying late yesterday, and right now everyone is sleeping. That's my hypothesis, though. So, all right. Everyone is dissipating the alcohol overhead. Maybe some of the people were actually drinking on Saturday. Today we have a rain for the whole day. Oh my god. It's kind of interesting because we already have like a shit ton of snow in Novosibirsk. So we don't have rains anymore. Maybe we will. Maybe at some point it actually will become warmer and all of the snow will melt for a brief period of time. But yeah, it's -3 Celsius. Get Animat by index. And here's another place where we want to do that. Oh shit. Get Animat by index. So this is not what I want to do here. This is where I want to make these changes. We have no rain, we have a fucking snowstorm. Well, pretty much. We don't really have a storm, but it's snowing pretty hard lately. Kick on the weather. Yeah, exactly. How people even read Fahrenheit? I just never understood them. How does it even work? Okay, it seems to be working. Get Animat by index. All right. Kadim Gorodok, Siberia's Silicon Valley. I would say it's a little bit of exaggeration, but we do have a lot of software development companies here. More than, like, it's a high concentration of software development companies. Yeah, it's a Tom Scott cosplay today. I don't think it's comparable to Silicon Valley, but it's a pretty interesting place. There's a lot of software developers here, for sure. For sure. By index, and this is basically what I want to do here. So this is the first thing. Cool. And this is the last thing. I kind of want to, like, there should be like a reusable thing. Right. Like there should be constructors, something like projectile, like a common projectile. Right, common projectile. Something like this, right? So, and essentially, what you do here, you don't define something that you want to customize, like the type of this thing. So the state is active, position, velocity, shooter, lifetime, and maybe you want to be able to customize the active animations and poof animations, and you do it something like that. And then you do something like common projectile, position, velocity, shooter, and you sort of customize some of the aspects of it. So this kind of way of, you know, inheriting is actually really close to like a true OOP, because you just clone an object and you adapt that object to your needs. But what do I know? I'm a procedural developer. So essentially you can do something like this. So you have a water projectile, you take a common projectile and you say that it's type water, and you change its you know, animation stuff. Also I want to maybe align this stuff like that. I'm not sure if it makes sense, but yeah. And then we can have something like I want to experiment with this idea. Actually, I want to experiment with this idea a little bit. Do you know C? No, I only know C++. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but C++ is my main language, and I know only that language. Hello, by the way, hello Doggy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome to our epic C++ club. Unfortunately, we do not program in C here, but yeah, maybe C++ is gonna suffice for you. Okay, projectile, HPP, there we go. So, okay. C++ is next for me. Well, good luck. Good luck with learning C++. Why people who code in C hate C++? Why people who code in C++ hate C? I think you should ask them. All right. So it seems to be working. It seems to be working, and let's see if it works. Yeah, we do have different kinds of animations. Yep, cool. I think it looks cool. Common projectile. What exactly I was doing here? So do I have get sound by index? Okay, get animate by index. Okay, these two things became completely obsolete. At least it feels like it. At least it feels like they became completely obsolete. So we don't really need frame animats and... But does that mean that I cannot reload animations anymore? Wait a fucking second. Oh shit, I think I shoot myself in the leg. Did I just really... Okay, I think I shoot myself in the leg straight up. So if I try to reload some stuff... Yeah, I shoot myself in the leg. Shit. So we will need to have a separation of like state and... Yeah, apparently we need that separation. The thing that people said at the beginning. We'll need the separation. It's okay, you missed the artery. Okay. Do you work in a game dev environment? What do you mean? What is a game dev environment? Okay, so I think I'm gonna actually postpone this thing because apparently it takes more effort than I expected. But we'll still need to do that at some point. We'll still need to do that. Do you work as a game developer? No, I don't work as a game developer, and I never worked as a game developer. So I would not recommend you to listen to any of my suggestions about game development because I have no idea what I'm talking about. So this one seems a little bit more complicated, so I'm gonna actually postpone that idea, and we're gonna try to move on to something else. You are the game dev environment, so technically yes. So let's fetch the... I don't know why I'm fetching latest changes, but... Okay, so... Let's work on something else. I'm gonna push it like far away. color of particles don't change after the fall. So we have some sort of a bug in here, right? Some sort of a bug. Yeah. Just jump to other tile, don't move while on the ground. Yeah, I see. Basically, so the idea here actually is that depending on what surface you're walking on, it's gonna emit different colors of the particles, right? So let's actually take a look at that. So we're gonna have that in it. This is not what I wanted, but okay. So we're gonna have that, and we're gonna have that. When I'm walking on the ice, I have blue particles. I'm not sure if you can see that. When I walk on the grass, I have green and I have brown and stuff like that. Maybe I could actually lower everything down a little bit. So we are on a darker background, so it's a little bit easier to see. Okay, so there's that and there's that. So yeah, here you can see that they're blue, then green, and then brown and stuff like that. What program is this? This program. I wrote it. All right. So, and apparently we have a little bit of a problem with this thing. So right now we have green particles to set. I jump here, and when I drop down, we still see green particles being played. Yeah, this is a bug that needs to be fixed, because but if we move around a little bit, now we have blue particles playing. This is because, I mean, they're not updated at the right moment. They're not updated at the right moment, so we need to find out where exactly the particles are updated, and we're gonna try to fix that. So thank you so much for reporting this bug. It's actually quite important. So let's go ahead and try to investigate that. Why people focus so much in programming language? Why don't focus in creating util software? I don't know. I personally think software developers should focus on making tea. I think making tea should be the highest priority in software development. I don't think programming languages or utilities are as important as brewing a perfect tea. So, so let's create a separate branch, 258, and let's go. So where do we even set all of this shit? So we have a particle system actually. Particle. Let me actually find files. Particles. So here's a structure particles. So it has its own color. And we update that color from a different place. It started raining, so I'm just gonna take a small. Okay. Good night, Jiang. Good night. But yeah, enjoy your sleep. All right. So where do we use particles? I think particles are actually part of the entity. Yeah. Let's find the entity. So does it have particles? Yeah, it does in fact have particles. So let's find where exactly entity updates its particles. Particles. The question is, okay. So update. I see. All right. Why did you? Okay. Oh my god. Current color. Do we actually set that in many places? Okay, so we actually set the color in a single place, which is actually kind of cool. Cool. So when do we update the color of the particles? When the entity is alive, the entity itself is alive, and it's walking, and it's on the ground. Do we even need this condition? We might just update it every time. What's wrong with that? Is it because it's some sort of like an expensive operation? If it's expensive, by the way, we can just cache that color for each individual tile, it's not that big of a deal, right? So when we make this, when we take this thing, it's not that expensive of an operation because we updated each frame when we're working anyway. We might as well just update it each frame. So what's wrong with that? So basically, update that thing while being alive and on the ground. Why not? It would also make sense to update the color every time we're about to emit something. And how do we emit that? I think this is where we... Well, I mean, this is where we emitting it. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I see. I think I know what we're gonna do here. So we are updating the color of the particles always if we are alive and on the ground. But if we are also walking, we're gonna be emitting them. Otherwise, we're not gonna be emitting them. Like that. So this is how we're gonna change the logic, right? While we're alive and on the ground, we're updating this shit. And if we're walking, we're emitting them. Do you have a function that tells if the player has just landed? Probably no, I don't think so. So wait a second, I think we do have something like that. So there should be a single burst, but how do we do a single burst? Ah, I think we just push them. Yeah, I think we just push a bunch of them. Yeah, there we go. So... So is there other place where we push them? Ah, I think they're pushed. Yeah, I think there's other places they're pushed. But overall, I think this should be a pretty good solution. This should be a pretty good solution that fixes something. We'll see. All right. So, oh shit. Well, that's not what I was talking about. Where is the flow in my logic? Oh my god. Okay. The flow is the following. I need to repeat that twice, unfortunately. Okay, so it seems to be working. Let's check if that actually fixes anything. So they're updating, and now... Okay. I think that's a fix. I think that's a fix. It's actually a pretty small fix, pretty simple fix. Yeah. Always update the color of particles when on the ground. There we go. I'm gonna push that right to the roof. Okay, I didn't expect that to be that simple of a fix. But yeah. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. Thank you for finding that. We're gonna create a pull request. Why do I have two branches there? Because I literally do have two branches there. So, and 270 is the one that I postponed. Okay, so we shouldn't touch the 270. We're gonna actually attach this one. We actually have to touch this one. We're not gonna close this one because I'm not the one who reported that. So we're gonna give it back to the reporter and ask them to fix the problem. So yeah, while we're waiting for continuous integration, does anyone have any questions maybe? While we're just waiting? How everyone is doing. The chat is really dead today. Yeah, so everyone was fighting yesterday, apparently. Oh, hello Wilkins, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Were you partying yesterday? Partying, I mean. Dead chat, exactly. Cheers, by the way. You need to start some controversy, Alex. Who are you talking about? Who's Alex? You're talking about Alex Jones? I think he's banned on all of the websites. So we're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. So GCC and Clank, yeah, we're all, as usual, we only wait for Clank. And we're gonna be ready to merge. Are you trusting GitHub with hosting all your code, or do you use a self-hosting solution for some things? Of course I don't. That's why I have a copy of my code on my machine. So yeah. I think, yeah. I should have actually not closed that thing. Merged right into the repo. Exactly. You love tea, but you're drinking vodka now. So, is there any contradiction in that? I didn't see any contradiction. I wish that it was easy to self-host. All right. Try to fix that in. Please check the latest version when you get a chance, and close the issue if the problem is fixed. Thanks for reporting this. There we go. Thank you so much. All right, so this thing is done. And the next thing I want to work on is basically an ability for different mobs to actually shoot different kind of projectiles, right? So we recently introduced different kinds of projectiles, and the player can choose between these kind of things. But unfortunately, the enemies are always actually shooting the same projectiles. Yeah, so we still have this like a sound artifact, and this is because I still didn't solve that problem, but I didn't solve that problem because it's more difficult than I expected. So yeah, let's actually work on that. I just realized that this problem is easier than I expected. This issue is easier than expected. So maybe it's gonna be yet another like super quick issue. We'll see. All right. So I'm gonna go to the master and fetch the latest changes, and we'll see how it goes. Merge origin master, and let's just close this thing. It's just so Scott says is holds hand out Italian style. What are you talking about? Am I that dumb? Alright, I guess I am. What can I say? Alright. So I don't even have an issue for that, but I think we can do something about this. The thing here is actually super simple. Mobs projectiles. Mobs projectiles. This is not how we do that. Mobs projectiles. There we go. Mobs are just entities, and entities are actually very OP. We have a lot of stuff within the entities, right? So, and one of the things the entity hold is their current weapon. So essentially, while we are creating like different kinds of enemies, we can just switch their current weapons, right? And that's gonna be it. That essentially, like, different mobs is gonna have different weapons, but that also potentially creates a situation that they can probably switch it at some point, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, but that means if I want to have like some sort of a weapon that is exclusive to a particular mob, it will be available to player for some reason. Well, you can always disable it by manipulating the inputs. By the way, the only way to switch the input is to switch the weapon is to scroll or press a button. So basically, we can just not provide a way to switch to that weapon, but technically, the player would be able to use that. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting system, and I don't know if we can do anything reasonable with it. But yeah, so let's actually go to the so for example, we don't even have an entity that's supposed to shoot fire projectiles, because we only have like two kinds of mobs. Well, actually three, but two main ones. It's a dirt golem and like ice golem, and I suppose dirt golem is supposed to throw rocks, right? It's supposed to throw rocks, and ice golem is supposed to probably throw like ice or water thingies. So, and we don't have this kind of projectiles, so I think we'll have to introduce them in the scope of this issue. So yeah, let's give it a try. So I suppose more projectiles, boys and girls, more projectiles. All right. So I suppose I want to actually like put it to do. Did you play Clash of Clans? No, I didn't play video games. I'm sorry. I only make them. Okay. Stone projectiles for like dirt golems or something. Maybe dirt projectile. I don't know. The golems. So maybe we also need to like replace energy projectiles with like ice or water projectiles. How can you make without playing? I mean, just like that? You just saw me made it. Like, here it is. Just, there you go. Depends on the definition of playing, right? So you probably have your own definition of playing a game in your head, and you think I'm using the same definition, and that's why you think I'm wrong, but I'm actually not wrong. I'm only wrong in your head. So seems okay. Stone projectiles for dirt golems. The ice golems should probably use ice projectiles, right? They probably use ice projectiles, but what ice projectiles destroy? What do they destroy? We might as well actually introduce ice projectiles, why not? For ice golems. So we're gonna have like water projectiles, ice projectiles, stone projectiles, and maybe we can form like a coherent system out of them. Ice can freeze water. Cool, nice to know. Thank you so much for telling me. That's very interesting. All right. Now, assign. Well, I mean, this kind of task already implied that we're gonna assign them. So do we need anything else? Also, there's an interesting thing here that I want to do at some point. I want to replace projectile type with what kind of thing it can damage. Right, with what kind of thing it can damage, because different kinds of projectiles may be able to damage the same thing. Multi-directional projectiles, they're already multi-directional. Look, you can shoot them in any direction. So you just pick a direction and just shoot it there. And they even have like an angle. You see, they're multi-directional. It's pretty cool. They already are. They already are. Replace projectile type with kind of tile it can damage. Yes, I think that makes sense. Cool. So let's actually start working on all of that. Okay, fix formatting. Let's start working on that. So the first thing on the menu is stone projectiles. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we're gonna go to my favorite place of all time. I'm gonna sneeze, by the way. Excuse me. Credits. So this is the credits. OpenGameArt.org. OpenGameArt. There we go. So I'm looking for something like stones or something like stone. Right. Stone projectile. Do we have something like that? So projectile. Maybe we can find some interesting projectiles that look like stones or something. Or do I have to draw that? Okay, so this is not what I wanted. Do I have to draw that myself? Assets. It's actually a good idea thinking. So what kind of... Okay, this one is actually probably what I want. I think this is exactly what I want. It's a poo-poo. You can throw poo-poo. That's actually super cool. I always want you to throw a poo-poo. Oh, it's called rock. Yeah, rock projectile. But it looks like a poo-poo projectile. I like the poo-poo projectile. Okay, so we're gonna take the poo-poo projectile, and our dirt golems are gonna be throwing a poo-poo. Alright, so we're gonna put them here, and I'm gonna quickly download the stone, and let's just download it here. Potato, it's a poo-poo, or maybe it's potato. It kind of looks like a potato. It has an even PSD file. Would you look at that? Oh shit, that's actually cool. So it has a little bit of animation. Huh, it has a little bit of animation, but I wonder how we can work with that. We'll see how we can work with that. We'll see. Okay, so let's unpack all of this stuff. And remove all of the remainings. We don't need PSD file to the file. We need to add this rock sheet to our assets. Yeah, it's actually idle and poof in one. It just depends on how you define it. So basically the first frame could be idle, right? And the rest, how many of them? 4, 5, 6. The rest 6 of them could be the poof animation. So, and we just need to define that. But first thing, before we can define all of that, we need to add this as a texture to our asset system, right? So it's gonna be oh boy, okay. Textures, projectile, poo-poo texture. So it's a poo-poo projectile. Assets, sprites. Maybe not that. Okay, rock. Let's go with rock. So, and it's gonna be rock sheet. Yeah, it's a rock sheet PNG. So, and that means after we edit our rock sheet here, it will be automatically picked up by our asset system, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Something debug. And okay, I couldn't load it as PNG. So if I actually check this thing, is it a PNG? All right, it's not available there. What is going on? Did they make some sort of a typo? Assets, sprites, rock. Oh, it has a space instead of underscore. Who uses spaces in file names in fucking 2020? Jesus Christ. Come on, bruh. Cringe. That's the cringiest file name I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. Let's just recompile this thing. Just recompile. Okay, that looks looking cool. And if I try to run it, it runs correctly. And projectile, wait a second. Use space not %20, yeah, exactly. Not web enough. There you go. So we loaded this thing into the memory, and so it's already available in the memory for us. And we can just use it. People who use Windows like make spaces in their file. Who uses Windows in 2020? Seriously, what are those people? Don't understand. Imagine it's in file path in 20. Exactly. Jesus Christ. There's so many weird people, you know, using weird operating systems. Alright. So what I want to say. Yeah, we need to start defining animations. So we have a fireball and we have let's say rock idle. Should be probably called active, but I don't know why I call it like that. So here's a fireball. The texture that we're using is projectile rock texture. So we're gonna have one single frame, right, for the idle thingy. There's absolutely no people who use Windows. Yes, I mean some people still use it, but I don't know. This is like a loud minority. So as I already said, we're gonna have just a single frame here, and it probably starts from 0, 0. But the question is, what are the dimension of that frame? And this is something that we have to figure it out. So where is the rock sheet? Let me take a look at these dimensions. So here are the dimensions. So we know for sure that the height is 64, right? This height is 64. And then we need to take this thing and divide it by 7 actually. We need to divide it by 7, and I'm gonna assume that we get 64. So basically this is a texture 64 by 64, which is actually pretty convenient, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty goddamn convenient. So there we go, we have defined an animation file that we can use from within our game. This is actually pretty cool. We can use from within our game. Power of 2, yes, power of 2 are really great for textures, because you can divide them by 2, like until it becomes 1 by 1, and it's super convenient. Right. It is in fact super convenient. So assets. So now I need to add that. It's going to be animate projectile rock idle animate, and I'm going to do assets. So rock idle. So, and this thing will become automatically available for the game. There we go. I want to find my compilation mode. Where is my compilation mode? Here is my compilation mode. Alrighty, and that's very strange. All right, so if I take a look at the log, right, if I take a look at the log, this thing should be available. Just making sure that everything's okay, I'm sorry. All right, cool. So we loaded this animation as well. So what's fun is that if you make a mistake or like, you know, like put something like this in a file, it's not gonna even run, and it will tell you exact place where it failed and like why it failed, because you were trying to refer to unknown subkey. So yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I really like that. And it should be able to automatically reload these things. Should be able to automatically reload these things, but we need to separate the current player and thingy. Okay, cool. So now we have these animations. We need to create like a constructor for the projectile. So let's actually go to the file where we have projectiles. And I think this is not correct anymore. Yeah. So let's introduce something called a rock projectile. So we're gonna keep the type fire, because why not? And here I'm gonna do rock idle animate. And for the poof animation, we're also gonna use rock idle for now, just to see how it looks like in the game. All right, and I also probably need to put this thing into the header. Into the header projectile. I'm gonna put it here. There we go, there we go. Let's recompile. Let's recompile. Cool. And where do we use a water projectile? So here's the place. Okay, so for the water, I'm gonna just replace water with rock. Right, so just water with rock, and we'll see how it's gonna go. We'll see how it's gonna go. Cool. Yeah. It is shooting potatoes. I am shooting potatoes, everyone. Cool. I'm super happy about that. I always wanted to shoot potatoes. I especially like the sound when you shoot potatoes. You shoot them with pew pew pew. That's pretty goddamn cool. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to define the poof animation when the projectile hits the wall, and it will start playing the poof animation. Yeah, PH potato, exactly, PH potato. All right, so yeah, so that means we have to define the second animation, but what's cool, we can reuse the same rock sheet. Oh yeah, it actually took some time to load it up for some reason, but okay. Alright, so I'm gonna do rock poof txt. So, and it's gonna be kind of similar. It's using the same texture, right? It's referring to the same texture, but instead of 1 frame, we have 6 frames. And we'll probably have to tweak the animation. We'll see how it can go. So, duration is gonna be the duration of a single. Yeah, is it duration of a single frame, or is it the duration of the whole animation? I don't remember. We'll see. It's kind of interesting. So, but if I remember correctly, so where's PNG? So we have six frames here. We just have 6 frames, and we know that there's 64 by 64. So maybe we can generate dimensions for us automatically. Maybe we can generate dimensions for us automatically. So I know that I need to skip. So I wanted to do something like this. So here is actually 6. It's actually 7, right? But then I want to skip that, and it's going to be from 1 to 6. So I want to map all of that. So I have I, and I know that it stays the same on Y, but on X it's I multiplied by 64. So this is pretty much the thing that we have here, and I wonder if I can actually generate the text for all of that. So I can try to do something like printf, and here we're gonna have frame D. Hello polymoraic, Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. So this is gonna be, I think X. So X is gonna be this thing, I suppose. Then we'll have to have a new line, frame D, Y, D. And then we're gonna actually squash all of that with unlines. Hello CL1, welcome, welcome, welcome. So here's we have I. So here's the I. Then we have what? I multiplied by 64. Then we have I again, and then that one is always 0 actually. So I don't think we need to do anything here. Y is always 0. So if I try to do something like that, not in the scope printf. Maybe I have to do something like printf. It's text printf. Yeah, that's right. It's text printf. So I'm just generating some stuff. Okay, cool. So then I can do unlines, right? And then I can print this entire thing. Print ln, and that generated me some code. Do I have semicolons in there? I don't think I have any semicolons. I don't know why I added those semicolons. I don't think we need them. All right. So that's pretty cool. So this is X and Y for this kind of thing. And I think it can also generate the width and height. So it's going to be frame D width 64, frame D height 64. Hello Droko87, welcome to the stream. So and then I'm going to II, and yeah, there we go. So it generated me the whole thing that I can just copy paste into my thing. But it actually starts from, yeah, I'll have to get them. So what if I do 0, 5, but then when I do this kind of application, I'm going to do +1. Yep, I think it worked. So now I have a animation definition that I can just simply copy paste here. If I can actually just find the right place, I want to try to find poof, and there you go. I think that should work. So this is the animation. Hello Marco Def, welcome to the stream. We're generating animations. How about that? How about that? So we just defined the rock poof. Genetic still? No. Check out the today comment. You're probably trolling me because you've been around for quite some time and you must know what is a today command. It's the command that tells you what is the topic for today. So you must be trolling me. Alright. Assets. So let's take a look. So rock poof. Right, so this is rock poof and this is a rock poof. So now we're loading two animations. Right. Okay, so unknown keyframe. So apparently I generated it incorrectly. So this entire thing should be frames, right? Boom, like that. Cool. I don't know why I'm recompiling everything. It has nothing to do with the code. I just changed the data. I think I'm not a very smart person. But yeah, overall it worked and it loaded the poof animation of the rock and everything seems to be okie dokie karaoke. As you can see, chat, we're shooting potatoes. Yes, that's what we're doing today. We're shooting potatoes. So, and the thing we actually introduce here is, you know, the poof animation. So basically when the potato hits the wall, it will disappear. I'm not sure if it's going to be visible, but that's at least what we're trying to do here with this definition. That's at least what we're trying to do here. So let's go to the projectiles definitions here. So this is a rock projectiles, and instead of like using idle for poof animation, I'm gonna now use poof, not poof, it's actually poof. Poof animat. Poofu animatu. All right. Hello, Luke Gorilla. Welcome to the stream. Do you interpolate between animation frames or just draw them as they are? I draw them as they are, and I don't know what you mean by interpolating between them. All right. So, okay. So now we have to look carefully. Will it disappear when it hits the wall? It actually did. Well, there's something wrong here, but the thing here is that, yeah, it's a separate bug, but overall, I think it works. Hello, Void Rose. Welcome to the stream. All right. First for idle animate. Well, I mean, I'm already done with that, so I don't think I want to do anything. Nah, okay, so sure, but I already done with it, I'm sorry, I already did it. So, yeah. So we can fix that later, so it's not like it's super important. The look of this thing is not as that important because we're gonna change it anyway. Right, so, yeah. Alright, so what do we have? Introduce rock projectiles. Planting potatoes everywhere, yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing, planting potatoes. Okay, so it's not really clear what kind of... Yeah, I want to actually introduce, I want to fix this problem as early as possible, like replace projectile type with kind of tile it can damage. Yeah. So let's just do that first, and then I'm gonna finish stone projectiles, because I want to introduce the kind of damage that does no damage to any kind of tile. So so like then I can stop I can stop particular projectiles. Hello, Gurgus, by the way. Did I say hi already to you? But hello. I'm sorry if I didn't. What's the use of the relative numbers? They seem confusing. I already explained that multiple times in the stream. I don't know. I think you're trolling me, because you're actually watching all of my streams, and I explained that multiple times on my streams, and somehow you missed that, and I don't believe that. I think you're trolling. So yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I want to make a small break, actually. Is 3 minutes okay? Probably okay. What if you load frame as soon as the character comes in contact with it and have not idle frames? I don't know. The game is open source, try that and tell me what's gonna happen. Okay, let's make a small break, boys and girls. Let's make a small break and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up? Welcome back to back. How everyone's doing? Okay, so I want to replace something here. Projectile HPP. So I want to remove projectile type, and I want to replace it with tile damage. And it essentially tells us to which tile it deals damage, to what kind of tile. This thing can deal damage to dirt, or actually none. Right, so first of all, 0 is going to be none, so it doesn't deal damage to anything. Then dirt, and then ice. The Thenur, oh my god, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Really glad to see you. When are you gonna get C++ game development in Scratch? Hi, sorry, hello. We actually did a stream on Scratch. I don't know if you caught it, but I didn't save the VOD for that stream, but we did stream game development in Scratch. It was kind of fun. Yeah, sorry. Alright, so in each projectile actually stores what kind of tile damage does it deal, right? So tile damage, something like this, right? Whether it damages like none of the tiles, whether it damages dirt tiles, or whether it damages ice tiles. So that's what we're essentially doing here. Copper Casted subscribed with a tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a long subscription, and welcome to our epic game development club. Out9, hello Out9, welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone who just joined. Really glad to see you all today. So, but if multiple tiles can be damaged, right now, no. Because we don't need that, but once we need that, I'm gonna implement that, I think I'm gonna implement that. So tile damage, did I actually? I think I did a fucky wucky and oopsie doopsie simultaneously. So it's the projectile state, this is the tile damage, right? Tile damage. What's up, Everex? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So, yeah. Let's go. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Instead of type, we'll have to do tile damage, right? And if it damages the dirt, we're gonna try to damage the dirt. If it damages the ice, we're gonna damage that. Type, yes. So some people in Russia actually have a habit of replacing, T's and C's with T, and it's so addictive and funny. If you're Vim, you're my Emacs. Are you flirting with me? What the hell? Tile damage, cool. Tile damage, what was that? I think this has to be dirt. If it's dirt, we're only affecting that, and then it's gonna be ice. So I think it should be okeg. I believe it's pronounced copper casted and not copper casted. No, I want to pronounce as copper casted. I like it better. I don't know why. So enumeration. Oh, I also forgot none. Yeah. So that's actually pretty important. So in case of a none, you don't want to do anything. So it's gonna be. And by the way, hello, Kamikobi. Welcome to the stream. I don't remember noticing you, but yeah, welcome. So none, and you just do nothing. Do you use GDB sometimes? I do. I actually do, and ironically use GDB sometimes. Why? Why do you ask? It's not the best debugger I've ever used in my life, and a lot of people suggested me to use LLDB, but it helped me to find a couple of nasty bugs, so I'm not complaining. Tile damage. So okay, so water deals damage. deals damage to dirt. Okay, so this is basically what we have here. Like a water deals damage to dirt. Cool. So fire projectiles, tile damage. Fire deals damage to, drum roll, ice. Who would have thought? And rock doesn't really deal any damage to anything. Maybe we can even say that explicitly, because it's kind of stubbed right now. Like, we don't have any tile which can be damaged by our potatoes. By the way, for those who just joined, we introduced a new kind of projectile, which is potato. Well, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be like a rock projectile, but that's the only thing we could find on the website with where I steal assets. So I'm shooting potatoes. So this is going to be projectiles of the dirt golems. Potatoes, yes, it's a potatoes. Potatoes. And this is exactly what we're working on right now. We're introducing, you know, different kind of projectiles for different kinds of mobs, right? So dirt golem is gonna shoot potatoes, ice golem is gonna shoot the ice thingies, and we'll see how it goes. I have an interesting idea. So I want to introduce ice projectile, and I want ice projectile to not be able to damage neither ice nor dirt. But what's interesting is that if an ice projectile is hit by a fire projectile, it turns into a water projectile on the fly. It continues flying as a water projectile, and then it can actually destroy dirt blocks. So I have a couple of ideas. We can have like a puzzle element to that when somebody's shooting ice projectiles, and you'll have to turn them into water to actually, you know, destroy some dirt or something. So I have this kind of idea. I'm not sure how interesting of an idea that is, but it could be interesting. Potato gun has reached the new level. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So basically, projectiles, when they hit each other, they may actually modify each other. So that's the one idea I have. AIDS, really? Well, yeah, it's my replacement for STD. STD is a standard library of C++, and I don't particularly like it. And I decided to make my own one, and I called it AIDS. So you can check it out here. It's open source, by the way, under MIT license. You can use it as well if you're interested. So yeah. What would be fun if the new water projectile has the direction and velocity of the vector? That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea, actually. Droka87 subscribed with a Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much for your Twitch Prime subscription. Your first Twitch Prime subscription, by the way. And welcome to our epic projectile club. I think if we have potatoes, we should have chili peppers. Yeah, sure. How would you call a situation when you can't write without an idea? I have no idea. I'm not a psychologist. I don't understand this question. What is this question? Why do you look Russian? Because I've been drinking vodka a lot. Potato gun should have thump sound, so it sounds like a real potato gun. Well, maybe different. Okay, this is an interesting idea. Different kinds of projectiles should have like different sounds when they're shot, right? But I don't know where to fit that, so I'm gonna just put the to do here. Different kinds of projectiles should have different what sounds when they are shot. That's a very creative way of checking whether I understand Russian, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of being permabanned. But not gonna lie, it's actually pretty creative. So yeah. There we go. If you think about it, this is actually super fucking creative. Like, instead of just asking, do you speak Russian? Because I can always say no. You just say something like that. And yeah, now you know 100%. But again, it comes at the cost. But you can always create a new account. But I can always make a follower mod. Like, right, followers mod for 1 hour. Now, even if you create a new account, you will still have to wait for the 1 hour. So yeah. Well, I had an interview a few days ago as a Java John, and when time came to an assignment, I was stuck because I was asked to do it in Paizo. What is Paizo? Without highlights of methods and other things. I was like brain farted an entire way through. Huh. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I wasn't sure what exactly you were talking about. Yeah, I don't know, like, why do we need a condition for this? Just, I don't know, it's just a matter of whether you practiced enough to not use IDs. So, yeah. So just practice a little bit. I don't think it's, you know, unfixable. Okay, what do we have here? So tile damage, and we're gonna have this kind of thing. Tile damage. Tile damage none. So, all right, seems good. Why does your potential employer care about you write your code in? Weird. Maybe they're checking whether you care what you can write code in. Maybe they're looking for people for whom it does not matter what to write the code in. So that's why they're giving you the most ridiculous environment to write the code in, just to check whether you truly care or have enough skills to do that without any idea. Right, so they're probably looking for this kind of people. Maybe, I don't know. I probably failed. I was stuck at some trivial assignment because I couldn't remember how to call map without map method get or default. So in this kind of situation, I like, seriously, Sail one. For majority of the employers, it doesn't matter. Seriously, majority employers, it doesn't matter. So do they compile your code and check if it runs or not? If they don't, you can always say, okay, I know that in that language, in that library, we have this method that does that, that, and that, but I don't remember its precise naming, so I'm gonna call it like that. And in this particular situation, I would look up the name. But if you say something like that and just give it like your own name, the employers would actually understand you. I actually went through a lot of interviews where I did exactly that. I would say, I know there is a function somewhere in standard library that does that, but I don't remember exact naming, so I'm gonna call it like that. And they were 100% okay with that. Believe it or not, they understood, because they also cannot remember everything. So, but what's important is that you know that you can find that in the standard library, right? I should have said that, but I was overstressed my first time. Oh, okay, that's understandable. So, yeah, stress is actually kind of can be quite bad sometimes, but yeah. But the next time, keep that in mind. You don't have to remember each individual thing, because even the interviewers don't remember each individual thing in the standard library or how things are done. So yeah. All right. So I don't know why I'm rebuilding all of that. Hello on the both. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah. So, and now I suppose, yeah, let me actually double check if all of that works. So here are potatoes and shit like that, and shit like that. So none of them are actually damaging anything. So this one damaging the ice. Okay, cool. Cool. The first code interview was my current job. I was so nervous that ideas were not connecting. Well, yeah. So, okay, there is like a little bit of a secret. You can actually train to for interviews. I actually tell that secret like almost every stream. You can stream with a microphone to actually you know, prepare for coding interviews, because the streams, the kind of streams that I do are really similar to coding interview, because I'm actually thinking out loud while writing the code and trying to explain like the whole reasoning of what I'm doing. So if you try to do like similar kinds of stream, it's actually very good practice for coding interviews. Yeah, anyway. So I think once I introduce this projectile, I think the time has come to introduce a new weapon. Yeah, I need to introduce a new weapon. Which is not ideal, by the way. I don't really like the fact that I need to introduce a new weapon, but it is what it is. Where is the enumeration for the new weapon? Yeah, there it is. So we're gonna have weapon rock, right? And let's see in how many places I'll have to make some changes. So I'll have to make changes here. So here's the weapon. So what is this? It's when we're rendering. Okay, for this kind of weapons it doesn't matter. Weapon rock. There we go. Alright. So then we have something like weapon rock, and it's very similar to what we have already here, but instead of like a fire projectile, you'll have to use a rock projectile. This is water. After streaming practice, you'll ask donations for interview. Well, I don't really ask for donations that often. Except maybe jokingly and really rarely, I hope. I don't know, you tell me how often I ask for donations. Alright, so this may fall through. Oh, okay, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you, compiler. Very cool. Very, very cool. Once in 5 minutes. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So I didn't even found it. Yeah, because I was joking and people started throwing money at me and I was feeling uncomfortable, so I had to refund them. Like, I was just afraid that people taking me too seriously, which is kind of dumb, and this is probably why I'm still poor, right? Anyway. How do you do this in that language? If you're going to donate, I'll answer. Yeah. I think I'm actually saying that for subscribe. Yeah. And I think I said that a couple of times for donate. Yeah, I do that. Thank you. Thank you, Adnan. Yeah. If you sub. So that means I do beg for money. So that means I have a chance of saying something like that on a coding interview. Which is okay, because a coding interview is essentially coming to beg for money, isn't it? Anyway. So I need to add something here. Alright. I just subscribed because you said I would only be able to speak Portuguese if I sub. It was actually a long time ago. I mean, yeah, it was a long time ago. I was a different person. So, so this is ice block. Schmel. Schmel. Alright. So, weapon block. What the fuck is... Oh, okay. This is a dirt block. Ah, I see. So what I have to do here? Yeah, 20 months ago. Well, it worked well. Yeah. Okay, so this is a fire, a rock. Almost 2 years, yes. The real OG of this channel. I mean, not as OG as EverX80. I mean, EverX80 was watching me before I streamed on Twitch. So that's how OG he is. But yeah. So this one is actually a rock idol animate. Yes, it's a rock idol animate. And yep. I was watching Sojin before he was born. There's a Yo Mama joke somewhere there, but I cannot find it. All right. Like a very subtle Yo Mama joke. Okay, it seems to be working. So as you can see, I can shoot potatoes, I can shoot that, I can shoot that, and stuff like that. Cool. Now. So now, good old live stream. It's actually live coding TV. So you failed the test. Entity. Where is that? So this is here's the player entity, then Ice Golem entity. We need to find Golem entity. So do they even have a weapon here? Weapon? No, they don't. So this is something that we can actually set here for them. Entity, weapon, and the weapon is going to be weapon rock. This is not how we spell it. Okay, this is how we spell it, I think. So, yep. And it doesn't work because I think it's a current weapon. Yes, that's right. It's a current weapon. Yep, what? Excuse me. Where's the weapon? Oh, shit. Okay, I see. So it's a weapon rock. J Victor VO.
Дани 4 Артисави.
Subscribe with for 2 months. Thank you so much for Twitch Prime subscription and welcome to our epic game development club. Thank you. The 2-time champion of the channel, yet another one. Welcome. Alright, so maybe that will work now. Okay, cool. And now if I spawn 2 different entities here, okay, they're actually shooting different kinds of projectiles, so I think it's actually working quite great. So now we can assign like projectiles per mobs. Well, we always could, but I just didn't use that functionality. Yeah. Okay, so what exactly we did here? So I replaced. Yeah, I think I want to create 2 separate commits here. So the first one is going to be replace projectile type with tile damage. It's tile damage. Okay, so then we introduced the rock weapon rock. Right. Introduce weapon rock. There we go. And make weapon rock the default the default weapon of dirt golem. There we go. And we're gonna push that right into the repo. So we're gonna push that right into the repos. Okay, cool. So I think I can cross a couple of things from my to-do list now. So replace projectile type, that, and stone projectiles for dirt golems, exactly. Nice. So we need to introduce ice projectiles for ice golems now. So let's actually find something on this website. So I'm gonna search for projectiles yet again, and maybe we can find some ice. This looks interesting. Is that ice? It's a light. Okay, it kind of looks like ice, to be fair. All right. I didn't see. Okay, let's actually search for ice. Let's search for ice. Ice spell icons. I saw them, but I'm not sure. Ice World Pack. So maybe we can steal something from the Ice World Pack? Oh, I can see the Ice Golem here, created by Columbetka. Nice. How many people already downloaded your Ice Golem, by the way? 19 downloads. 19 downloads. Snowflakes? You think we can try to use snowflakes? But this pack looks interesting. So it's a PNG. What the hell is this PNG? Let me see. Download. What is that? I have no idea. Nice pack, by the way. Oh, I mean the pack of eyes. Oh, okay. When I actually read pack, I thought like, you know, the data pack or something. It's a packed ice. Like okay, I see. That explains it. Jesus Christ. All right, snowflakes. Let's take a look at some snowflakes. Killer snowflake. Jesus. Native speaker detected. I guess we can work with that. Wait, how long do I microwave my ice for until it becomes plasma? I don't know. Is that a good projectile material? I don't know. You're welcome, Elizabeth. You're welcome. I just need some ice, bruh. So we have a snowflake. Maybe we should use it. I downloaded it already, but I downloaded it in the wrong place. Ice ball. Well, do you know for sure that there is ice ball? There's no such thing as ice ball. Are you just like throwing random words in the chat? I thought you were trying to help. Okay, cool. So let's download this thing. Do you already close it? Goddamn. Okay, so here is this thing. Use a disco ball. Thank you. That's a cool idea. So here's the snowflakes. 11 kilobytes. Oh my god, why is it so huge? Oh shit. 128 by 128. Okay, so maybe that's alright. But I would prefer like 64 by 64. Let's maybe shrink it a little bit. How about that? Imagine shooting disco balls shattering into 100 glass shards. Yeah, maybe. Let's open Krita with a cute mascot. Maybe we should use this one. But then who do I credit? It's 64 by 64. So I'm thinking we can actually change the hue. Oh shit, I couldn't see shit. But one of the things we can do. What we are discussing about close range weapons. We're not discussing anything. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm sorry. Scale image to new size. So do I want to have any bicubic interpolation? I think when I'm scaling down, I'm okay with interpolations. So this is 64. And maybe I want to apply some filter, some adjustment filter. HSV will. And can I change the hue? Like it's actually by changing the... Okay, so maybe I need to increase the saturation. How do you do that? Does anybody know? Colorize. I didn't see colorize here. Colors. Well, one of the things we probably can do, we can just, you know, add a new layer there. Just pick some blue, right? Pick some blue. And just mix them together. Is there any bucket I can just do something? This is not what I wanted. This is definitely not what I wanted. I wanted to do something like this. And it doesn't work again. Thank you, Krita. Very cool. Yeah, can I just fill it up like that? And then put it like that. And maybe put it over like that. So how do you blend? Does anybody remember? Like, where is it? Is it in properties? God damn, it's so confusing. Where is it? I know that I need to do multiply layer, but where is it? Where is it? I don't understand. Where is it? It's a drop down. Cool. Where is it? I don't see it. Convert, split alpha. I'm blind, literally. How is it? Give me the exact name of the item. Exact name in quotes. I don't understand. Like normal. There's no normal here. I didn't see normal. Where is the normal? There's nothing starting with N. Well, oh, okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see now. Alright. It's so confusing. Okay. Multiply, addition didn't work. Darken. This is not what I want. Overlay, no. Saturation. Screen. Addition. Burn. Color. None of them work, by the way, unfortunately. I guess I'm that dumb. I'm sorry, chat. I guess I'm that dumb. So, but that means we'll have to live with that. So I'm gonna save it as it is. Sorry, chats. Please forgive me. I let you down, but we're gonna work with this shit. Okay. Now, let's actually add this thing to the assets or something. Textures, projectile, ice texture. We're gonna call it ice, because whatever. Assets, sprite, snowflake. There we go. Just use Photoshop. Isn't Krita basically Photoshop, like an open source Photoshop? I think it is. So let me try to rebuild this thing. Okay. So did it load it up? Okay, I need something, like I need a little bit of space. All right. And projectile ice. It actually loaded the ice. Cool. It actually loaded the ice. I only use critical. Yeah, same actually. Like I don't know any of its filters. I know brushes and stuff, but when it comes to filters, like I just don't have any idea. Like the only filters I usually use is just to like crank up the saturation a little bit, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know how to do this kind of color adjustments. Sorry. Cool. And now probably we need to define the animation as well for the snowflake. So it's going to be animate snowflake txt fireball texture projectile ice texture. So the count is going to be 1, the duration is going to be 100, and what kind of frames we're going to have there? What kind of frames are we going to have there? I know that it's 64 by 64 for sure. I can even double check that. So is it 64 by 64? It is in fact 64 by 64. So let's go to the assets and just introduce a new kind of animation there. So it's going to be ice animate, and it's going to be use snowflake. There we go. What if you reverse the core and subtracted it? I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Oh, these things are going to be replaced anyway. Do you think I missed equal for duration? We're about to find out. Because the compiler, the cool thing about this stuff is that the system will tell me. You see? It will actually tell me that I'm doing something wrong, and it will tell me exactly where that happened. So I can just do it like that. I don't really need to recompile that. Yeah. So this game is not as dumb as you may think. It's not as dumb as I am. Alright, so let me go now and maybe introduce a new kind of projectile. So we're going to have fire and we're going to have an ice projectile. Projectile CPP. Okay. So ice is not really damaging anything right now because we don't really have anything that the damage can that the ice can damage. And by the way, let's actually put something like this. There is nothing. Rock projectiles can damage for now. So I'm not sure what exactly they're gonna damage in the future. It may actually be tiles, it may actually be other projectiles and stuff like that. Oh, another interesting thing, I think water projectiles, when they hit rock projectiles, also should destroy them in the air. So this kind of stuff. Yeah, so all of these things will like form like a coherent system. So we're gonna have a system of enemies, projectiles, and tiles. Like it's like, yeah, it's like rock paper scissors, but like, you know, real-time action thingy. At some point we'll see. I don't know how exactly the game design will evolve over time, but scissor projectile. Yeah. Sounds cool. Yeah, it sounds kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull that off because I'm not a game developer, but I'll give it a try. So I'm a programmer, but I'm definitely not a game developer. I'm just a game developer who tries to get into the game design. And yeah, it's kind of difficult for like a professional software engineer to get into the game design because you have to fight the urge just to program instead of working on the game, right? Well, right now, at least I'm working on the game, right? I'm doing like games, like game design stuff. All right, so introducing projectiles, like and stuff like that. I don't know. Gigant, you woke up. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Good nap, nice. You feel better? Do you feel refreshed? Hopefully you are. Can't wait for the artistic part of the game. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if a lot of people will actually watch that, because a lot of people who come to this stream, they usually come for programming. So, like every time when I do any art on this channel, it's actually like 30 people are watching me. It's not that interesting to watch, unfortunately. Sorry. So do you sleep only during the rains, right? So rains make you sleepy. It's kind of interesting. What is real profession, by the way? Like, what's your work? Do you do a lot of C++? You can check out my FAQ. It's answered in FAQ. Super duper sleepy. I see. All right. So okay. So let's test it out, I suppose. It does compile. I already tested that. I already checked that a couple of times. Let me see. So I'm gonna go to the game. And I want to find the place where we do water projectile, and we're gonna replace it with ice. So we're gonna temporarily replace it with ice just to see. Right, just to see what's gonna happen. Just to see. Okay, so now if I try to... Wait, was it a water projectile? Yes, okay, so I copy-pasted without even having a second thought. Yeah. Ice animate index. Alright, so now we're shooting cobwebs. Okay. Cool. Spooderman, yes. Okay, again, all of that is sort of like a programmer's art, right? So it's gonna be replaced in the future. I just put some placeholders that are gonna be easy to replace in the future, right? It's just different placeholders, nothing special. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I suppose, so Ramon, welcome to the stream. I suppose we need to introduce yet another weapon. Right. Let's find the weapon enumeration. And let's introduce like weapon ice. Weaponize. Weaponize. I'm sorry. Alright. Okay, so entities. Okay, it's weapon ice. There we go. And this is the last thing where I want to do any changes. So here, this is a water projectile. Speaking of rock, we're gonna replace this thing with ice. There we go. And I think we also need to update the HUD, right? So because that should be reflected in the HUD as well. Something HUD. Yeah, there we go. Render player HUD. And this is a little bit messy, but shouldn't be a problem at all. So this one is gonna be ice, and for the ice, it's not ice. I don't know what the fuck it is. Ice. So instead of fire animat, we're gonna use ice animat, just first frame of the ice animat. This one is interesting. So this is a fire. Wait a fucking second. This is dangerous. I almost did a fucky wucky. Oh no. Oh no. I almost did a fucky wucky. Alrighty. So, projectile rock idle animate. I see. Rock idle animate. Okay. So it should be compiling now, hopefully. Should be compiling now. Okay, so now you have that, you have that, you have that, and you have that. Right, and then separately you have like these kind of things. So we have different, like at least 4 different kinds of projectiles. Alright, and that looks okay, I suppose. And I like how extendable all that is. The thing I want to do, I also want to update the controls. So we now have at least 6 of them, right? So it has to go up until 6. So it's going to be SDLK5, SDLK5, and SDLK6. So first goes water, fire. I think this one has to go like down. I wish I could come up with a system where I don't have to do this kind of stuff and it will do that for me automatically, but it is what it is. So current weapon 3 is rock, if I remember correctly. It's rock, if I remember correctly, and then this one is ice, so that should be correct. Just refactor this, please. Well, I mean, it's open source, you can refactor it yourself. Not all of the parts of the code are super pretty, actually. I do agree with you on both, but what can I say? It is what it is. It isn't what it isn't. And you won't merge it. Well, depends on, you know, how well it's written. Maybe we can do something about that. Alright, so, yeah. So there should be like a whole like weapon selection system. Will a weapon be pickable? Maybe. I think like I want it to be like a gradual progression, right? At the beginning you only have one kind of weapon, and through like over time you progress and like sort of discover more and more different kinds of weapons, more different kinds of tiles, more different kinds of projectiles. So the system, the game becomes more complex over time. How exactly is it going to be achieved? I don't know. Maybe when like some weapons are going to be pickable and stuff like that. Pickable. So we have this shit for some reason. Okay, so I think I'm ready to do a committee, and maybe even a pushy. All right. Introduce ice projectiles. Right, and let's push that right into the repo. How about that? Is it better? Is it better now? Should be better. Cool. Cool. So the next thing I have to do, I have to go to the entities, find like ice golem constructor, right, and change its current weapon to the ice, I suppose. So we'll need to refactor the weapon system at some point. I think the weapon itself should be like a self-contained thing. Right, it should be like a structure that describes what kind of projectile it can emit, and what kind of weapon that is, because we have 2 kinds of weapons, right? We have weapons that allow you to place blocks, right? And we have weapons that shoot projectiles. So we have like, you know, projectile weapons and tiles weapons. So and there should be, I think I already tried to refactor it like that at some point, and then I abandoned it. But I'm not quite sure. This emote, what is this emote? We have already too many weeb emotes, come on. Let me see. Do I have any space? Okay, I edited, it didn't complain, so there you go, I guess. You're welcome, I suppose. Now, what do I wanted to say? Yeah, I kind of want to start refactoring the weapon system. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. But not right now. Weapons and places, but yeah. So each entity may have like a slot where it can put a weapon or a placer. And in that case, weapons and placers are the same thing. Okay, let's actually speak in OOP language, right? There is an abstract class of a tool. Then we have a weapon that inherits the tool, and we have a placer that inherits the tool. So this is essentially what we'll need to do, but using non-OOP, mechanisms of the language. So does it make sense? So we'll see how it goes. So current weapon. So, and the current weapon of the ice golem is going to be weaponize, I suppose. Weaponize. Weaponize. Cool. So now I want to try like a couple of things just to see what's going to happen. Let's remove all of that shit here. Nobody needs that. Nobody cares. I'm gonna place this stuff like that, and we're gonna actually put different kinds of enemies there, right? Just to see like what kind of projectiles they're gonna actually shoot at us. So I'm gonna put this thing here, then I'm gonna put this thing here, and I'm gonna put this thing here, and all of them should start shooting at me after I, disable the debug button. Okay, all of them were shooting different projectiles as expected, which is kind of cool. Anyways, so here's the to-do, different kinds of projectiles. Alright, so let me try to find that weapon. So, to-do. So I want to create an issue for refactoring the weapon system. More complex weapon system. Right. So this is the to-do we're going to put here, and let's do a committee. And I think I already did everything I wanted in the scope of this issue, right? You cannot unsee that. Well, I mean, you only see it all the time, but I type it all the time. It's like sort of like a tick that I cannot get rid of. I had this interesting idea, by the way. I was thinking maybe I'm gonna create like a alt account with a completely different desktop and a completely different operating system and stuff like that, and I'm gonna stream there casually without mic and webcam, with like 0 to 5 viewers, like in a good old days. And I've realized that I won't be able to actually hide the fact that it's me because I type that void F all the time, so I just abandoned that idea. So it's kind of interesting. So because like I'm pretty sure nobody types it like that from time to time. It's a really weird tick. For those who doesn't know, by the way, for those who doesn't know, for time to time, like I have a tick that I type void F and instantly remove it. Like I do it super quick. You probably won't be able to see that if you don't know that, but I do that. It's some sort of weird tick that I have. And I had it for like a good part of my software development journey, actually. I don't know where exactly I developed that tick, but it's just there. It doesn't like really bother me that much, but it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Voids. It's like florfs, but it's visible, but you usually don't notice it actually. Yeah. But if you do set, exactly. All right. So assign ice as the default weapon of ice golem. All right, let's just push that right into the repo. So how many to-dos we have? So different kinds of projectiles should have different sounds. There's nothing ice project can damage, blah blah, more complex weapon system. I really want to work on a more complex weapon system, seriously. It's like when people try to sleep meow in the middle of the sentence, meow without people noticing. Ah, I see. There's 170 people watching and like just 10 in the chat. Viewbots? I don't know. Majority of people who are watching are lurkers, so that's probably why. Okay, so let's create a pull request. Mobs projectiles. Okay, looks good to me. Let's just create a pull request. And let's niche up the to-dos that we introduced. So we're gonna report append body introduced in and introduced in issue 283. Let's report all of that. Let's just report all of that. Wait, are we back? This is so weird. It happened right on the post request to API. This is so strange. The fuck? Okay. Yeah, welcome back, by the way. Like, I guess the internet just blinked a little bit, and it happened exactly on the post request. It's so strange. Shit. So I suppose next time is gonna be better. So if I try to report that yet again. Yeah, IP leaked? I don't think it's my IP. It's like a subnet or something. Nah, it's not my IP. It's Twitch, not from you. I actually dropped a couple of frames, so I think it's me. GitHub IP leaked. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my IP is 8888. Okay, did I push everything? Okay, so I want to actually schedule something. Different kinds of should have different sounds. It's kind of cool. Maybe I can, yeah, let's actually schedule all of that for the streams. It's our IP. So in Soviet Russia, we had one IP for the whole country. Very funny. I'm funny, am I right? By the way, not everybody knows that, but there is a Soviet Union top domain. Soviet Union TLD. Yeah, this one. For Soviet Union on 19 September 1990. So basically, somehow the Soviet government managed to register that domain before dissolution. It's so interesting. Yeah, and it's used to these days inside of Russia, especially. So Russia basically possesses two top-level domains, like country-level domains, .ru and .su. So both of them belong to Russian Federation. It's kind of interesting. And another interesting thing that I like about the domain is that it's a reverse of US domain, right? So USA domain is US and Soviet domain is SU. It's kind of funny coincidence. Can you buy SU domain? I'm pretty sure you can. Anabosu. Oh, that's actually a pretty cool idea. So a lot of weeps could buy a SU domain for this kind of stuff. US, no U. Ah, I see what you're trying to do here. Alright, so I assign this thing here, so the next thing is gonna be assigned here. More complex weapons, blah blah blah. Sudosu. Is that like a... Okay. Yeah. Let's not talk about that. So let's take a look at the issues that are left to be done. So we're still waiting for continue. Okay, continuous integration seems to be done. Continuous integration seems to be done. So yeah, that was the whole purpose of Soviet Union. The destiny, the whole destiny of the whole nation was to create this top-level domain so we can have these beautiful, beautiful memes. Seriously. Imagine that. Imagine that. Anyway, so this one is done. So more complex weapon system. I really want to work on that. There's nothing rock projectiles can damage for now. It's interesting, but I would like to work on it like really, really down there, because we also need to fix the asset management if we can. Yeah, it's also gonna go down there. So I'm probably gonna start working on the more complex weapon system. Lenin was a secretly huge... Wait a second, there were memes about that. I'm pretty sure there were memes about that. There's a lot of interesting stuff when you Google Lenin anime and Lenin weeb. Okay. Cool. So, what should we start with? I think I want to make a small break. Like, I think 2 minutes. And we're gonna start working on a weapon system, on a more complex weapon system that actually useful for our use case, that actually describes how we manage weapons. because the current weapon system, it was like a placeholder. It's not meant for like real usage and shit. So yeah, command pattern and command. Yeah, I guess. So alright, let's make a small break, boys and girls, and have fun, I suppose. Yo, what's up? Welcome back. Oh, Kashay is here. Welcome. How are you doing? How are you doing, Kashay? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're working on our stupid ass game. Look at how many projectiles we have. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Game design. Game design, they have different properties. Well, they're gonna have different properties. And they're gonna be able to destroy different things, and they'll be able to interact with each other on the fly. How about that? The actual game design, isn't that epic? I think it's pretty goddamn epic. Cheers, by the way. Okay, good. So I think I already merged everything, didn't I? Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, so I merged my pull requests. We have a bunch of pull requests here, so we're definitely gonna take a look at them tomorrow, because tomorrow is a code review stream. So yeah, let's go to the master and fetch the latest changes. How about that? And the merge origin master. There we go. We'll remove that shit. Okay, cool. That's a lot of changes actually. That's a reasonable amount of changes. And let's create a separate branch for more complex weapon system. Yeah, whatever that's supposed to mean. So right now, the whole weapon system is actually a fucking joke. The whole weapon system is this. Let me show you. This is the whole weapon system. Seriously. So entities get assigned what kind of weapon they're currently using from this enumeration, and in different places when we are rendering, we handle events and stuff like that. We just have switch cases, and depending on what is the current weapon, we just do different things. So yeah, this is dumb. Especially for the things we're trying to do, but that was a placeholder, right? So, and what I'm planning to do right now is to actually make it a little bit more complex. As Kolumbetka actually said, we have two kinds of weapons, and I also said that we have weapons that shoot pew pew pew. Right? So let's actually take a look at that. So we have pew pew pew, and we also have things that can place, right? So different kinds of things. They have sort of like different mechanics, if you wish, and our weapon system should take that into account. Also, different entities should have limited amount of weapons available to them, right? So right now, since the current weapon is just in enumeration, any entity can have any weapon at any moment, which is kind of meh, so I'm not particularly happy with that. So we need to take all of that into account and move away from this awful ass enumeration. I don't know, I just wanted to say ass in a sentence. It doesn't make any sense, by the way. It doesn't make any sense. Let's just jump into that. Let's just, I suppose, jump into this kind of refactoring. It's not really refactoring. We're going to start with introducing some structures, right? And then we're going to slowly replace the enumeration with those structures. All right. So, what do we have? Does anybody have any questions, by the way, before we like jump into all of that? Maybe somebody have any questions? All right. So, do I have a weapon? You have a question. Okay. Hit me with your memes. What's the melting point of tungsten? I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can Google that. So, I'm thinking how we're gonna call all these structures. Why do we need convolution layers in deep learning networks? I think for the magic to kick in, so you need like additional room for the magic to kick in, and that's why we have them. Probably to introduce like more complexity, right? So, and then that complexity can be taken by the training. So yeah. Increases the capacity of complexity that the network can have. Why do we still use header guards instead of pragma ones? It's a habit. There's no particular reason, to be fair. It's just a habit, and I have like a snippet. I just do once, and it just works for me instantaneously, and I don't have any reflexes to use pragma ones. So I could say that pragma ones is not a standard thing, but as far as I know, each like every compiler under the sun supports pragma ones, so you might as well call it a standard. I don't know. So I don't think it's that important either, to be fair. I don't think it's that important either. So we're gonna have like different kinds of things. Why do we have two spaces after the end if? Because it makes the compilation faster. You guys do realize that there is like a syntax of the language and there is like semantic of the language, and like there's two orthogonal things, and no? Okay. So okay, I'm gonna include projectile. I think sometimes I think just, well, I mean, I asked for questions, yeah, so I guess, yeah, sure. So projectile, do we what? I'm sorry, I already lost the context outline. I'm really sorry. So here's the projectile. So gun. It may have like a limited amount of things, but yeah, I suppose right now for the gun, it's gonna be just a wrapper around projectile. So, and then we can have like a placer, and block placer is essentially going to store what kind of blocks it's going to place, right? And I think we even have the types for the block. Do we realize that there's syntax of the language and semantics of the language? Oh, I don't know. I think you personally do realize, but some people do not. So yeah. But you're programming in this, but there is no difference between semantic and syntax in it. Sorry, couldn't help myself. All right, so tile grid. Well, I mean, there is a difference. Like syntax is S expressions, and it's actually a very interesting philosophical question. I don't know. Maybe there's no. Yeah, so basically these two things are going to be like wrappers around this stuff. Right, they're going to be wrappers around this stuff. And we need to introduce like a weapon thingy. Struct weapon. And it's going to be like a union between these two things. Right, it's going to be a union. Projectile, it's actually going to be gun. Gun. Or placer. There we go. So this is essentially what I want to have here, but we need like a weapon type. And what's going to be weapon type? Well, weapon type is going to be enumeration. It's gun and placer. There we go. So you see, this is basically the description of our current weapon system. Right, we have guns and we have placers. Guns can pew 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 projectiles. Placers can place the tiles. Then we want them to be like a single thing, so we can assign like that thing to an entity. So yeah, that's gonna be the idea. So the question is, oh, unfortunately, by the way, we already have a type called weapon, so I'll have to be a little bit careful. I'm gonna call this weapon underscore. Or, you know, weapon was so good that we released weapon 2. So this is what it's gonna be. It's gonna be weapon 2. Yeah. And right. So let's just implement all of that. How are we gonna actually implement all of that? So interestingly enough, maybe we're gonna have like rendering methods for these things. To be fair, I think this is such a small type that we don't really need any union here, right? I mean, it's just projectile and tile, so I think is that important. Think is that important. Also weapon, yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Also weapon. So what we need to do here is I wanna kind of render it, right? We're gonna try to render it. So, and the question is how exactly we're gonna render it. Okay, so when we're rendering, we definitely need SDL renderer, right? Renderer. We also need a camera. But we probably also need the entity for which we're like doing the rendering, right? I think that's what we'll need to have here. So we'll probably have to accept entity index. But if we're gonna accept the entity index, we'll also need to accept the game. So I think we need to accept just the entity. But that thing shouldn't really modify the entity, I think. So the only thing we need to have from the entity is its position and stuff like that. This thing may require a lot of stuff, so we'll see how it goes. We might want to actually just accept the whole game, because why not? Just accept the whole game. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? And alright, so do we need any update? I didn't think it will be only needed. What kind? It's actually a pretty cool idea. God damn. Okay, so let's do void of times. I'm not gonna type like do anything. Like I'm not gonna provide any messages there, so it's just gonna be a counter. So didn't work. I think I want it to be a mystery for new people who join the chat, right? What the fuck is that? Because it's not really noticeable right away, right? So the people won't understand what the fuck is this command and what it's needed for. All right. And all right, so I'm gonna do it like that for now. So I also need something like shoot. Something weapon CPP. I'll have to include. This is not what I wanted to do actually. Something weapon CPP. Something weapon HPP. All right, and let's define these methods here. Why do you not use some classes and hide some fields? How do I know which fields to hide and which to not hide? How do I know that? What if I hide some fields and then I realize that I need the access to those fields? Like, what do I do in that case? Have you heard about avoid therapy? No, I haven't heard about it. So yeah. Me neither. Okay. So switching between the type. So so this is going to be like this case weapon type. So weapon type. Do we need to render anything when we have that? Probably not. Probably not. Weapon type is gun, so I'm not going to actually render anything here. Weapon type placer, and I think for the placer we need to move the code that actually renders these things. So you see, when I select the block, it actually renders this thing, right? So, and I think this is exactly what it has to be, right? What it has to be. So let's go to the game and find where exactly we're rendering those things. So probably render it in a game render. So it's if an entity is that. All right. So this is actually pretty cool. Yeah. So this is what we have to do here. I'm gonna take this entire piece of code and see if it's adaptable to this thing. Can place. Where entity can place block. Okay, so this is a function of game, right? This is a function of game, and that's exactly what I have to do here. And we need an entity. So that means we'll need to also provide the entity index for this thing. Right, so entity index, entity, right, okay, cool. And that tells us whether we can place a block, whether an entity, specific entity, can place a block somewhere, right? So we also can do. Oh, it's also how many of these kind of ice blocks you have. All right. I see. So that means the weapon system should also contain a mount of the tiles. So it's going to be a mount. There we go. So it contains a mount. And maybe the projectile also has to contain a mount. But I'm not sure for now. Maybe it's going to be like maybe a mount. Right. Maybe amount. right? And if it's nothing, it's gonna be infinite, right? It's gonna be infinite. All right. So I'm getting really disappointed, to be fair. All right. No. What are we doing? So entity index. So now instead of actually checking ice blocks counts, we should check the amount of tiles that we have in a placer. By the way, I PR'd a change to update mouse position that not need anymore to push a mouse motion event as you suggested yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm gonna take a look at that on Monday. Because on Monday we usually do the code review streams. So yeah. Thank you. All right. So, and as I already said, we need to check something like placer amount greater than 0, right? It's a placer amount greater than 0. So tile definitions. So tile definitions is a global thing. Then we can take its stop render. Then we take the camera. Camera is a part of the game. And there we go. Okay, should be all right. Should be all right for now. Okay. It's kind of weird, but so we have this piece of code copy pasted throughout the code base. So concentrating it like here is actually a good thing, right? Because we're not going to repeat ourselves, right? You know, dry, don't repeat yourself. Go repeat yourself. Sorry. All right, let's try to compile that. I don't think it's gonna fail or anything. I don't think it's gonna fail. So yeah, let's see. I think it's gonna fail because we don't actually build this thing. We didn't actually build this thing. So something. I forgot. It's a weapon CPP. It's a weapon CPP. So let's take a look at through the compilation here. So we don't have a gun, which is kind of dumb. I'm not gonna lie. But why? Does not name a type. No declaration matches. No declaration matches. No declaration matches. Weapon CPP. So this is a weapon too. And to be fair, I don't know what exactly is wrong here. So everything should be okay. Unless I missed something. It's a classic thing. Like for some reason I fall into that trap way too many times. I don't know how exactly I do that, but yeah, probably because I usually like have this pattern that I implement where you have like this. So essentially it has to be enum class, right? So it has to be enum class. All right, let's take a look. So no declaration matches. Okay, so that means I actually changed the signature. I changed the signature. So let's actually put it like that. So, and now it compiles, which is actually pretty cool. So this entire code compiles. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to implement the shoot part. So it's going to be very similar. So it's going to be break. Okay, is weapon type placer. Okay. So where was that? Like shoot. Yeah, entity shoot. Okay, cool. So for these kind of things, oh, you also have cooldown weapon. Do we apply the cooldown to tiles? We don't apply a cooldown to tiles. Maybe we should actually move the cooldown to the weapon itself. But that's an interesting thing. All right, so I will think about that. I'm gonna actually put, you know, a to-do here saying that can we move cooldown weapon inside to weapon to the weapon structure. To the weapon structure. So then we spawn the projectile, and we do know the projectile. So we also have a cooldown and we play that thing. Yeah, so for now, this entire thing should be a part. Should be a part of the this thing. Okay. Spawn projectile, but that means we have to take the game. Right, the game. And we're gonna do game spawn projectile. All right, so entity. Entity index. We probably need the entity index as well here. So we'll have to accept entity index shooter. Entity index shooter. Yeah, and we'll have to extract the entity itself. So it's going to be entities shooter unwrap. Well, spam. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. So I probably just need to disable the Markov chains for one of the bots, so it stops spamming. I think the spammiest bot here is the second one, because I didn't really clean any data when I actually train it. So yeah, so I probably just need to disable Markov for the second bot. We'll see. So entities, here is the entity itself, and we might as well actually do it like that. So game entity and wrap, it's going to be position. Then we do have a gun direction for that specific entity. We do have a gun direction, projectile speed, and then we use entity index as the shooter. But what's interesting is that what we have to do here, essentially, we have to take gun and its projectile, right? Gun and its projectile, copy it and adapt it, right? So projectile. So we just make a copy here, and what we need to do here, we need to adjust its position. Its position is going to be equal to the position of the entity. Then its, I suppose, velocity is going to be equal to this thing, right? So it's this velocity, and also its shooter is equal to the shooter. Yeah, so this is essentially how that weapon works, right? Projectile. So essentially, when you have a weapon, you shoot, we extract the projectile of the weapon, right? We assign its values and stuff like that, right? Different values, and then we spawn that new projectile. So it's a very like non-OP way of doing this. Things like we have predefined projectiles. We only specify their initial position, velocity, and who shot it, and the rest of the parameters are specified by whoever created the weapon, right? So this is sort of the only things that we want to modify here. So yeah, pretty much. So this is how we shoot the gun, right? This is how we shoot the gun. Next. Next. Okay, so no declaration. Okay, I modified the signature. So that means I have to update it here. So it's gonna be semicolon. Another semicolon. I keep forgetting semicolons. Oh my god, like Jesus Christ. But after I tried to implement my own language, I do know why people like to add semicolons at the end of the statement. It's just easier to parse, for sure. It's way easier to parse without semicolons. So I do understand the reasoning behind that, for sure. So that means I don't complain about that often anymore. Okay. So, but when we're shooting the ice thingy, right? When we're shooting the ice thingy, we still have to do that. Okay, so yeah, game where entity can place block. This is not entity index; it's a shooter. So here it's not really a dirt blocks, but rather a placer amount. Grid set tile, then, well, I mean, you should set the tile that is provided by the placer. So this is the tile, and by the way, here is the same situation. So tile ice should not be like that. JavaScript developer, are you calling me a JavaScript developer all of a sudden? What the fuck? That's rude. I mean, come on. Well, I did program in JavaScript commercially at some point in my life, but I mean, I don't identify myself as a... I'm joking, of course. There's nothing wrong with JavaScript. Placer amount. Okay, so I think I implemented the notion of weapon, but now we need to implement different kinds of weapons, right? So we need to implement different kinds of weapons. Let's try to compile that and see if it's gonna... Oh, and by the way, yeah. So let's see how it goes. It's probably not going to compile, and I know why. Yes. So this is a game grid. Yeah. Okay, so, and this is a placer amount. Seems to be compiling. So we should probably now start. Maybe integrating this entire system. Yeah. So let me take a look. In num weapon, right? So here's the num weapon. We have water, fire, rock. Yeah, let's introduce the following thing. We can have weapon 2. Weapon like water weapon, right? Then a fire weapon. So this is like a different constructors for the for different weapons with different configurations. That's essentially what we're doing here. So then we have a rock weapon, ice weapon, dirt. Okay, so let's actually call them slightly differently. I think this entire thing could be called like a water, fire, rock, ice gun, right? And then, for example, like dirt block placer. Will we put swords in the game? I don't know yet. Ice block placer. Yeah. So this is essentially the different kinds of like weapon configurators that we need to create. So they're gonna basically just create a weapon 2 instance with the corresponding type, and depending on whether it's a gun or a placer, they're gonna have different projectiles or different tiles, right? so this, like, they basically return you pre-configured like weapons that you can then place in one of your slots in the entities, and in entities we're gonna have slots and stuff like that. Weapon CPP. All right. Okay, let's start with implementing all of that. Can I just do it like this? Yep. 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 Cool. Water gun. So this is going to be weapon 2. It could be cool to have varying projectile speeds. You can have them actually with the current system, because oh no, because we set the speed based on the, yeah, but not right now. So we have a room for that. And if we need that, at some point we can implement that. So yeah, don't worry about it. So it's just like another parameter, maybe like vec2, maybe like a velocity, float velocity, and this is going to be the multiplier of velocity. Yeah, we'll see. It's actually easily extendable, right? This entire configuration thing is easily extendable. No big deal. So I'm gonna do it like that. So water gun is weapon type gun, right? So pretty straightforward. Then we're gonna have gun, and what kind of projectile we're gonna have there? We're gonna have a water projectile. There we go. What's funny is that water projectile requires you to provide the shooter and blah 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 and blah blah blah, which is kind of not particularly convenient. So maybe we're gonna do the following thing. Yeah, I'm gonna actually do something like this. It's a 0 0. So, and in the future we're gonna actually get rid of these parameters here. We're gonna actually get rid of these parameters. So this is a velocity, and the shooter is gonna be 0. So that's it. So this is the whole configuration, and we just return it. We just return it like this. Yeah. So fire gun is gonna be very similar, I think. But instead of water projectile, we're gonna have a fire projectile. And rock is also very similar. Rock projectile. I like how the whole system sort of like fits together. I find the idea of just having like a template structure, not template in the sense of C++, but you have a structure in the memory with already filled in parameters. You just copy that structure and adjust some of the parameters and use it for your own purpose. I think this is a very interesting idea. I think it's a very useful mechanism. Okay. So when we're talking about placers though, right, we're talking about placers. So weapon type placer. So when in the placer we only have tiles, right? So it's a tile, and so dirt tile should be dirt like 0. So there we go. So that's the whole thing actually. Believe it or not, and just return, we'll just return that. And similarly for the ice is gonna be this. So yeah, so here are different configurations of different weapons, and we just need to use them. Right. All right. So let's recompile all of that and see if it's going to compile. Hopefully it will. And I want to start doing a refactoring. So how we're going to introduce the new type to the system? The idea is going to be the following. So right now, the entity has a weapon called current weapon, right? So I want to replace this entire thing with the following system. So we're going to have weapon 2, and we're going to have weapon slots, right? And how many slots we're going to have? We're going to have weapon slots capacity, right? So we're gonna have like a limited amount of slots. And maybe we're also gonna keep track of how many weapons we have there, right? Size T weapon slots count, right? Something like this. And we're also going to have something like weapon current, which is an index of the currently selected weapon. That's it. So essentially you have an array of weapons, so weapon slots, and you have an index that points at the currently selected weapon, and every time you need to do something like shoot, you just select that weapon and you do that, and the weapon knows how to display itself like in a HUD and whatnot, and it also knows what kind of projectile to spawn in the game. Like, yeah, so this is essentially like a little bit better system. So does it make sense? So in each entity has actually a set of predefined like weapons. Like for the player, we can add as many weapons as we want. And speaking of picking up the weapon, this system makes picking up the weapon super easy. It makes it super easy because what you just do, you just increase the slots count and just put the weapon there, and there you go. So, makes sense? Makes sense. So this is already better system, so that better fits our needs. Right, it's just a bunch of slots and whatnot. Size T. So how many slots we're gonna have? I think like around 10 should be enough. Like, we don't really need that many. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so essentially I already made a first step towards refactoring. I removed previous field and I replaced it with 3 new fields. So now the code is breaking in all over the place. So we're just gonna go through all of the places and we're gonna try to fix them. So yeah, we need to include weapons. Weapon. Something weapon HPP. There we go. Let's see how it compiles. Is 10 really enough? Depends on the game. So you're probably gonna give me a screenshot of some game. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if it's... This is, by the way, these were the toy weapons, by the way. So, for role-playing and stuff like that. These were not the real weapons, right? So it's just a meme, like, it's an actor, right? He plays in the theater, and this is like a prop, like a theater prop. So it was not a real weapon. Just for the record, for the Twitch stuff. So let's continue. Game is not defined, so it doesn't know about the game. That's kind of sad. Behind the meme with Tolling. Yeah. I know everything about that meme. Ask me anything about that meme. Alright, so we're probably gonna have a circular dependency soon. God damn it. Well, to be fair, not really. Like, I can just do struct game, right? I can just do struct game, and inside of weapon, I can just include game, I suppose. Something game HPP shouldn't be that big of a problem. Oh, fuck you! But I think it actually fails in different. Yeah, it fails in a different place. Okay, that's the other game. All right. So this is cool. This is cool. I think for entity we need to maybe define something like something like push a weapon or something. Okay, so weapon slots count is going to be let me actually save that because I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget about that. Is 1. Weapon slots 0 is going to be water gun. It actually sounds funny. Right, weapon water. Yes, it's literally called water gun. And there is an interesting assertion here. I think we need to assert that the weapon slot's capacity is greater than 0. Otherwise, you won't be able to even do anything like that. So I want to just check that at compile time just in case. And the current weapon is 0, so that's totally okay. So there we go. So when we create a player entity, that's your initial thingy. But for the player, we can actually like add more weapons, I think. I think for the player we can add more weapons at some point, but maybe later. Our goal right now is just to make all of that compilable, right? So we don't really care about like functionality. Similar shit for so ice blocks counts. All right. Similar thing for the ice. For the ice thingy, so we have a single slot, but instead of water gun, we're using ice gun, right? So the ice golem only have like a ice gun. It's kind of cool that, you know, there are weapons that are reusable by the mobs and by the players, so it sort of forms the coherent system. For some reason I like that, I don't know why. I like coherent systems. I'm weird, I know. Alright, so what do we have here? Entity shoot. Mouse motion. Holding mouse down. Ah, this one is interesting. Oh, also, maybe I want to implement something like... let me think. So for the entity HPP, we want to have a function that gets the current weapon. Yeah, because getting the current weapon is not convenient. You have to work with indices and stuff like that. So I think we could implement something like get the current weapon. Okay, let me think. So it's going to be weapon 2, get current weapon, right? So maybe it's going to be const. Because it's not just as easy as just getting it from the fields. You need to do a little bit of computation because it's an index and stuff like that, so it's not particularly convenient. So let's go ahead and do that. So entity, get current weapon. So what you have to do is weapon slots. Weapon current. So weapon current, and that should return you the current weapon. Also, it would be nice to have a bunch of assertions. So we're gonna assert that weapon current is less than weapon slots count, right? So we're not out of the range or anything like that. So that's quite important in my opinion. Yep. So that's what we're gonna use here. I can check the repo, but does the game have rotating entities hitboxes? No, we primarily use AABBs everywhere, but for example, we rotate textures from time to time, specifically for projectiles. Right, so you see? But the projectiles, they don't have a hitbox, they're actually like a point, right? At least right now. So the only thing that we rotate here is the texture, and the reason why we do that is because it's super easy in SDL. So does it answer your question? But primarily in all of the computations we use AABBs, and by AABB I mean axis aligned boundary box. Right? AABB, axis aligned boundary box. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question, Mars Raptor. All right, so here's the current weapon. Okay. Entity shoot. So this is only needed for the placers. Okay, so this is sort of like a very funny, actually strange thing, but I think I can work with that. So I'm gonna do entities player entity index and get current weapon, and I check its type, and its type has to be weapon type placer. If it's weapon type placer, that means we have to continuously place it. And maybe some of this logic has to be moved into the weapon as well at some point, but not right now. So, and this is the condition that we're gonna use here. This is the condition that we're gonna use. All right. Okay, so this is the type, and then we shoot that. Hopefully that will work now. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of ugly, but again, we're in the middle of refactoring. So, yeah. You know what? I want to remove this system at all, because I have a lot of troubles with it. So, we're not gonna select weapons by numbers right now, at least. So I'm gonna temporarily disable that. So what's next? So what I'm doing right now, I'm doing compiler-assisted refactoring. So I changed some definition of the structures, and code that used the structures broken, and now I go through all these things and I fix it. So mouse wheel, this one is interesting actually, because yeah, what I need to do here, this is horrible code, but because I'm stupid, I need to change this to weapon current, right? I need to change this to weapon current, and the cap is gonna be actually entities, player entity index, weapon slots count. So that's essentially what we have here. And the current, unfortunately, if I'm okay. Oh, we explicitly converted to integer so it can become negative. Okay, that's actually super cool. That's actually super cool. So, all right, and now we're going into the rendering part, and I think it can be easily replaced by the following thing: entities, player entity index, get current weapon, render. We provide the renderer. And I think we just provide this, which is the game, right? And that replaces this whole switch case. That replaces this entire switch case, and it's not needed anymore, I think. Right. So we take the current weapon of a player, and we just render it, and that takes into account, you know, this kind of thing, right? Like to render the possible positions of the tiles and stuff like that. So that's exactly what we're doing here. All right, hopefully that will work. Yeah, the fact that we're removing like huge chunks of switch cases means that we're collapsing the code, right? So that means the refactoring goes in the right direction. So okay, I forgot the signature of this thing. So it's going to be weapon HPP. We have to provide. Yeah, okay, we have to provide the game and also the entity index. That makes sense. I forgot about that. Because we have like circle referencing and stuff like that. What's funny is that this kind of code probably going to be very difficult to compile in Rust, seriously. Because we have a lot of like entities that self-refer to each other, which are self-borrow each other, and it's kind of like crucial for the whole system to work properly. And seriously, I have no idea how to implement something like that in Rust. I'm violating so many like idiomatic Rust things here. But maybe because I'm stupid. Maybe like if I had more information, like more knowledge on how to write proper code, I wouldn't suffer that much. Just use a third-party package for what? I don't understand. All right, so here's the entity shoot, and this is okay. This is actually pretty cool. Yeah, we need to move cooldown inside of the thing, inside of the weapon, right? Also, another cool thing. So this entire stuff actually can be parameterized quite heavily if you think about it. So weapon. So essentially we can also have a sound here, sample as 16 index. So basically the sound that is going to be played when you shoot this gun. And also we can have some sort of a cooldown for the gun. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do it right now. So for now, I think... So here's the entity. I need to take the current entity's weapon. Yeah. So weapon 2. So weapon, entity, get current weapon. And we'll have to dispatch between two kinds of weapons, right? Gun and placer. And if it's a gun, we'll have to shoot the gun and also introduce the sound and cooldown. But if it's a placer, we just have to shoot it without worrying about that too much. So it still collapses the code a little bit, but not as much as I would like it to collapse. But it's fine, I suppose. I think it's pretty good compression of the code that we got there. Okay, so essentially what exactly I wanna switch here? It's gonna be switch weapon type. And what kind of weapon types do we have? We have case weapon type gun, case weapon type placer, weapon type placer. And yeah, essentially what I do, I take a weapon shoot, and when I shoot that thing, I provide this and the shooter itself, so entity index, there we go. But on top of that, I have to also update the cooldown. We're updating the cooldown and playing the sound. So, but if it's and all of that has to be inside the cooldown, actually. All of that has to be inside of the cooldown. Yep. And then if it's just a block, if it's just a placer, we just do the shoot without worrying about any of this stuff. And this is why I want to move the cooldown inside of the weapon, so I can get rid of this switch completely. You see, it's like a little bit of logic that is handled outside of weapon shoot, and that's why we have to distinguish between these things. But right now it's kind of difficult because cooldown is stored inside of the entity, not inside of the weapon. So that's why it's a little bit like wonky. But at least we can get rid of this entire switch now. Like, we only need to replace it with a smaller switch, which is kind of annoying, right? I would like to have just weapon shoot there and don't worry about that. But yeah, so I think it's okay for now. I think it's okay for now. Okay. What do we have here? So this is some sort of... Oh, it's a HUD. This is actually a HUD. And this is very cool. This is very cool because we can automatically generate that HUD finally, right? We can just iterate through each individual weapon in the slot. Deleting large blocks of code is great. Yeah, it's true. So, but yeah. I just introduced an abstraction that let us to compress all of that code a little bit easier. Regarding your void of thingy, it's called fetish, not a tick. What's the difference between tick and fetish? Alright, and this is the most difficult part. I wonder how exactly we're gonna approach that. I think I know how we're gonna approach that. Yeah. So I think it's going to be super similar to this exact loop. So I'm going to actually start typing it like right here. So it's going to be size I less than, and we need a weapon. So weapon of the player, okay. So I'm gonna actually separate the old code and new code. So this is gonna be the new code, this is gonna be old code that we hopefully can just yeet all together. But I'm not sure how exactly we're gonna do that yet. We go through this thing. So entity player, right? It's gonna be game entities player entity index. There we go. So here's that. Then we have a weapon player weapon. Oh, this one is interesting. So okay, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, because we're iterating through all of the weapons of the player, not through the current one, so we don't have to worry about that. Alright, so I'm gonna copy paste this thing here. So this is the position of the current thingy. So then the rectangle, I don't see any problems here so far. Rectangle, then the destination rectangle, and now we need to find an icon, right? So the next thing we're doing, we're rendering an icon, and what's gonna be the icon? That's a good question. So the icon is sprite, if I remember correctly. I have a cool idea. What if we introduce the following method to the... I'm really apologize for this scary code, but this is because there's a lot of mathematical expressions to lay out everything properly. So it's not really like a proper code. It's more like an artistic description. I would say it's like a vector graphics, like it's a vector graphic image. Yeah, think about this code as a vector graphic image built into C++, right? So I mix up like SVG and C++ from time to time. So that's why it looks so horrible and scary and stuff like that. But don't worry about that. What I was talking about, yeah. So idea is going to be the following. We're going to go to the weapon and we're going to say return sprite, and I think it is a sprite. I haven't confirmed that yet. It is sprite, okay. It is sprite, and return sprite as an icon. So essentially, depending on whether it's a gun or a placer, it will try to extract, it will try to guess the icon. For example, if it's a projectile, it will give you the first frame of the idle animation of the projectile, right, as an icon. So it's gonna guess an icon automatically. If it's a placer, it will give you the sprite of the tile as an icon, and you can use that to render that in the HUD. So essentially, if your weapon, whether it's a gun or a placer, has some sort of assets associated with them, we can try to guess the icon. So it's like a temporary thing, but I think it's gonna work well while we're developing everything. All right, so let's continue. So it's gonna be a shoot, and this one is a weapon too. Let's just implement everything that I said. So essentially, depending on what kind of type is it, right? Is it weapon type gun, weapon type placer? In case of placers, I think it's super easy, because what you do, you take a placer tile and you use it as an index in a tile definition. So we have a tile definition. Yeah. So essentially, you just do you just take tile defs like that, and you take the top texture, and there you go. This is your literally your icon. This is your icon. So in case of a gun, it's a little bit more complicated. You have to take a gun and projectile, and take its idle animation. And in an idle animation, you have to take the frames and take the zeros frame, and this is going to be your icon. There we go, like that. So this is how we try to guess them. This is how we try to guess them. And the more kind of weapons we're gonna add, the more like ways to guess the icon gonna be. This one is a little bit... actually, we have to be a little bit careful here, because what if we don't have enough frames here and we're trying to access the zeros, like the first frame of the animation? So what I'll have to assert here is where the frame count has at least one frame, right? So it's quite important, right? If you're trying to do this kind of guessing. So yeah, I think it's good. Maybe it makes sense to remove this curly braces for this particular case. I don't know. All right, let's try to compile that and see where exactly it fails. Maybe I don't need to compile because I was in the middle of writing of code anyway. Okay, wait a second. Projectile. Oh, it's called active animate. I'm sorry, it's called active animate. It's not called idle. So active animate. It's the same thing. It's just, you know, active animation of this thing. Nothing particularly special. Nothing particularly special. And okay, cool. So let's go back. So essentially what I do, I go to the player, weapon slots I, and I take the icon and I render that icon to that destination rectangle, like that. And then we need to render the label. Right, and we will have to render the label depending on what we have there. Okay, so let me take a look. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, label. Okay, so let me take a look. Label. So it's a maximum length, and the maximum length is actually 3. Okay, cool. So we can actually maybe allocate that label here. No big deal. I'm gonna copy paste this stuff here as well. So yeah, so this is the maximum length of the label. And we're gonna switch upon the type of the weapon. Switch yeah, the type of this thing. The type, weapon type, case, gun. In case of a gun, I think we just have to print infinite. There's nothing wrong with that. So this is going to be infinite. So for now they're infinite. We'll see if we make them less infinite in the future. Size of label. Yeah, that's basically what we have here. Break. If it's a weapon placer, it's not player placer. So what do we do there? We have to print. So where is D? Where do we print the amount? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's kind of strange. Like, it's a lot of code in here. And I don't understand why exactly we do that like that. Okay, so let's actually do it. So this is a label, whatever. This is the size of the label. And this is a G. And I do unsigned here. Why do I do unsigned here? Am I an idiot? I think I am. So it has to be just integer. Oh, yeah. And why does it even work? In any case, so I think I can just do slots, placer, placer amount, and that will just work for me. And there we go, we have a label ready, and the only thing we need to do, we need to actually render that label. Alright, and let's see if it's gonna work or not. Okay. Okay, it still doesn't work because why? Entity scarlet weapon. Oh, it's not a big deal. So it has to be something like Yeah, by the way, so the point here is that we wrote this amount of code. But that enables us with eating this entire chunk of code completely. This entire shit completely just, and we're left only with this chunk of code. So yeah, that's the point here, at least. All right, and we also need to know what weapon is currently selected, and I think it's rather player weapon current. Yeah, player weapon current. Yeah, whether it's weapon current or not, and then also player weapon slots count plus I. There we go. And let's see if it does compile. I'm a little bit scared, chat. I'm a little bit scared. It's probably gonna do a fucky wacky. Okay, so it has to be a pointer. I do understand that. Do I have to now replace dots with arrows yet again? Don't tell me that I have to do that. Okay, this is just entities. Is compare unsigned with unsigned bad? Yes. Yeah, I do need to replace dots with arrows now. Thank you, C++. Very cool. Gets me every time. Gets me every time. Sure. Alright, so what else do we have here? Border size. Did I remove? Oh my god, I removed border size. Fuck. What was the border size again? I'll have to go back to my... I removed too much code. Back up. Border size. Where border size is defined, actually? Oh shit. Okay. I think... Okay. I see. Maybe I just need to copy paste this entire thing then. And bring it back. Maybe somewhere here. I think this should work. Okay, guy. Is it gonna compile? Text with. I see. Okay, we're gonna assume the text width is 3. So I know that it's 3. Text height. Oh shit. Okay, so we need the text. Okay, so remember how I yeeted the like chunk of code? Apparently it had something important there. Okay. Fucking classic. Alright. So text size. Text width and okay, text width. Okay, here it is. Hopefully that will work now. We'll see. So it's just a bunch of formulas. Alright. Okay. Why is this a pointer? This is something really fishy. That shouldn't be like that. This is really strange. Why would you do it like that? Okay. And I think we just need to do it like this. It's probably not gonna work first try. I'm telling you, it's never like something that complex. Probably not gonna work. Okay, renderer. Use non-static method function renderer. Okay, so I have a player, I get it weapon slots, and I don't call game render. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you so much. Oh, the error is so confusing. The error doesn't help. So thank you so much, James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, it's so confusing. Like, I don't call anything from Gay. Like, what do you want from me? Oh my god. C++. Thank you. Thank you so much, C++. Very cool. Alright. Yeah, C++ classical fucking error, my god. I'm afraid that it's not gonna work first try, chat. I'm very sorry for disappointing you, but I think it's not gonna work first try. And why is it like... Why am I replacing... So this is gonna be just a label, okay. Okay, that's what we have here. Alright, so... We don't have a frame count, right? But do you have anything else? Frame animate. Oh shit. Okay, so this is bad because you have to do that through the assets, right? Assets get animate by index because I have not refactored that yet. Yes, 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 yes. Like this, right? And then I'll also have to do it like that and get the frames out of it. I call it twice, but I don't think it's that bad. Okay, let me just do it without -b because -b rebuilds a lot of things that are not needed to be rebuilt. Okay, control reaches end of non-void function. The switch is exhaustive. Why C++ is always like that? I mean, okay, that's actually pretty fair. That's actually pretty fair because we could have like a memory corruption that can set type to something more than 1, and because of that, switch will actually like jump over and reach yeah, so it actually makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Zhang. This is what I'm talking about. I personally don't usually do that, but like a random memory corruption can creep in and do something about it, and we want to actually know about that. Yeah. So I'm just already tired. My brain doesn't really work properly. That's why I'm saying this nonsense. Don't listen to me. So this is not assets. It's asserts. I just want to quickly finish it, and I'm afraid it's not going to work first try, so the viewer is going to be disappointed. Okay, at least it compiles, right? At least it compiles. Is it going to work first try? I don't know. You're about to find out. You're bound to find out. I'm actually kind of scared, but we need to do that, chat. Are you ready? It worked first try. Okay, so the indication that it works is that the player has only one weapon, right? The player has only one weapon. The thing we can do now, we can go to the entities, entity, CPP, and player entity, and we can try to add more weapons, like 2. It's going to be 1 and fire gun, right? And let's see how it's going to work now. So is the HUD going to be fucked up? Is the HUD going to be fucked up? It's not fucked up. The fuck? Why does it work first try? I made such a messy like code massage, and it works first try. But now, we have a system where entities have weapon slots, right? They have weapon slots. Here they are, and they can place, different kind of weapons configuration there. And this is a very flexible system. So I'm super surprised that it actually managed to do that first try, considering how messy it was. Oh shit. I think I just got lucky. I don't think it's... yeah. So let's do a committee chat. Let's do a committee. So, alright. So this is actually a pretty big committee. Do I have a branch for that? It's 284. 284. Introduce new weapon system. Num weapon. Yeah, and I can safely remove this to do. So let's see if it compiles without that thing. Oh shit. Excuse me. That was actually pretty kind of scary, and I wonder how this shit like worked, but okay. So it was casting that to, well, okay, it was casting it to enumeration, and that was automatically casted back to something, I suppose. Okay, so we officially removed the previous weapon. This was our previous weapon system. So this is our first weapon system, just a goddamn enumeration. So our new weapon system, it looks like this. Like it's a system of structures, right? Weapon is one of these things, like a gun or placer, and a gun contains the instance of a projectile that it can shoot. The placer contains the instance of tile, and so on and so forth. We have like a little bit of logic moved into the weapon. So this is a new weapon system, and it's way better than this one, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna do 284, remove weapon, the weapon in num. And I suppose the time has come for the final refactoring. The final refactoring. We need to rename weapon 2 to weapon. That's what it was all about. So I just didn't want to like refactor right away. I introduced new weapons as a separate type, so the old code doesn't get any conflicts, and I can easily refactor everything. And once I get rid of the previous weapon, I can just rename it back to like from weapon 2 to weapon. And let's see how it's gonna go. So obviously it breaks all over the place, but now we can do query replace weapon to weapon. Just replace it like that. Alright, so this is another place. Okay, another one. So we just have to go through all these places and just do all of this replacing. Shouldn't be that hard, because I'm replacing everything in the whole file. So I'm working on the level of a single file. And I think there you go. We successfully renamed them back. Yep. So weapon to weapon, and I'm gonna push that right into the repo. So I want to also do the full build locally, just to make sure that everything's okay, even with the release build. Even with the release build. That was interesting, actually. I get really deep into the code. I really like this, like when I get deep into the logic and just, you know, change it around, stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Truly tickles my brain. And we're about to make a pull request, chat. We're about to make a pull request. How about that? So introduce new weapon system. That's exactly what we did here. So there we go. Close 284. All right. That was a cool issue, but unfortunately, boys and girls, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, according to the schedule, we're gonna have a code review stream. We already accumulated a lot of pull requests, so I think we had enough content for tomorrow's stream. So we're gonna go through all of that, and we're gonna address everything. And if we don't, if we still have some time until the end of the stream, I'm probably gonna do code forces in Haskell again. We'll see how it goes. Check out our schedule page for more information on the different projects we're working on. Check out our VODs channel. This stream is going to be archived on YouTube on the next day to this channel. So if you missed something, you can watch it there. You can also watch it on Twitch, by the way, but it's the VODs are usually available on the next day. And also check out our Discord server. So yeah, for offline discussion with the community, because every streamer has to have a Discord, right? So yeah, that's it for today. Thanks everyone, and I see you all tomorrow. Love you. Mwah.